And back to serve is number 5, Sara. So Sara, a little jump float serve with her left hand. Tough pass. TAS out of system. Too steep by Sophie, and unfortunately, Rafi unable to make something of it. So 5-7, back to serve is Sara once again. TAS actually has a pretty favorable rotation here because Sophie's running towards her best hitter right now, who's Chloe. So on this pass, let's see if she goes back. Nope, she runs middle quick. Ball goes into the corner. That was number 7, Jocelyn, so that's a great middle quick run. And we get to our first technical timeout. So the way the rules work here for 5-set volleyball is that first team to reach 8 results in a 1-minute technical timeout. And then once again, the first team to reach 16 points results in another 1-minute timeout. Those times out are in addition to the 2 30-second timeouts that the coaches have that they can use at their discretion to interrupt the rhythm and flow of the game. So Coach Hughes from ISK already using his one of his 2 timeouts early. Remember, the score was 4-1. Likely he'll save his second quote-unquote bullet for after 20 points. So you don't want to burn both of your timeouts too early, but you definitely need to use them when you sense the momentum swinging either away from you or you need to interrupt it. So Coach Philbach and Coach Tan done talking. Still have about 13 seconds to hear the fans cheer. So waiting on the horn here. Take a minute here to shout out the Taipei American School athletic training staff. The athletic trainers here this weekend have been just excellent for our student athletes, keeping everybody safe, keeping everybody healthy, keeping everybody game ready. So back to serve here, number 10. Here's Rafi. Rafi, little baby float. Ends up in a free ball, which is exactly what TAS wanted. TAS running a combination here, 31. Be quick by number 7, Jocelyn. So interesting choice by Chloe, the setter here. So the combination they were running is called an outside X, where the middle hitter runs a 31, which is a quick ball that's off to the edge of the circle, so that pulls the middle hitter off the middle. And the outside hitter swings around for what's called a 31, or a high ball. Excuse me, check that. 53, a high ball in the middle. That's an outside X. Let's see if Taipei breaks that out again on the next free ball. This often happens when your setter's in the front row, which Sophie is right now. So back to serve is Shia. She's got an effective jump float. Passed up pretty well by Sophie. They run it back quick, not effective. Middle set. Well dug by TAS. Ball still in play. Let's see what TAS can do here. Back row attack by Rafi. Rafi puts it in the net. So ISKO running a pretty traditional spread offense. High balls all around. And you'll notice that Caitlin in the middle for ISKO right now, number 13, and number 9, Louise, both jump really, really well. So when you have jumpers this big, you can easily run high balls in the middle. So unfortunately, Shia puts her serve into the net. And back to serve now is number 9. So of course, number 9 is Abby. And passed up there by Zoe. Okay, there was well dug up by Mia, the libero for ISKO. Great one-handed tip. Good coverage by ISKO. Great attacking by TAS. Okay, good help call. Okay, let's see if TAS can organize something here. Down ball hit down the line pretty well. Middle set. A lot of quick transition volleyball here. So now serving for TAS, number 9, Abby. ISKO looking to get out of this rotation. And they get lucky. Abby puts one into the net. So back to serve here, Caitlin, number 13. Appreciate the feedback we're getting around some of the sound issues. We're looking into it as we speak, as I speak. So back to serve, this is Jocelyn after Caitlin puts her serve out of bounds. Good pass up by Mia. Here's Louisa in the middle. Dug up pretty effectively by TAS. Unfortunately, number 13, Audrey, blocked by the right side blocker, middle blocker of ISKL. So great serve there by Karen, the middle. Let's check that, the setter. Unfortunately, Caitlin passes that ball into no person's land as number 12 is Caitlin, who's bailing off the net. Check that, that's Michaela bailing off the net as Caitlin's pass goes to the left front of the court. All right, so now serving for her TAS setter, number 3, Sophie. Good pass up by Shia, outside, middle set here, that's Louisa. Louisa jumps well enough to it, but she's under the ball. So she hits a straight line shot over to TAS, hits the ball out of bounds. So here's a timeout. This is the second timeout used by Coach Pat Hughes. Definitely gonna use this moment to reset his girls, try to reorganize them. They're in a tough rotation spot right now, certainly with Shia still in the back row. So the benefit of having Shia in the back row, of course, is she can be really active in the serve receive. The downside is she's doesn't get to be part of the attack. So a short 30-second timeout. We're about to jump back into action. So we're 2 points away from the technical timeout, but Coach Pat Hughes had seen enough. He needed to talk to his girls. Once again, back to serve setter Sophie for TAS. Sophie only a junior. Let's see if ISKL's 4-person receive can do something with this serve. So Shia passes the ball. Karen has to chase a free ball into the bucket, but Sophie's there. All right, so what we just saw there is a different version of the inside X. So the inside X, in this case, has the middle, Chloe, number 12, running a middle quick or a back quick. And the right side hitter, which is Rafi in this case, coming around the setter, hitting the high ball in the middle. Nice deep serve by Sophie, passed up pretty well by Mia. Outside set here to Sarah. Sarah swings left-handed. It's dug up by Shia after it was blocked by TAS. And then a major miscommunication by the ISKL Panthers. So here's the 16-9 technical timeout. TAS definitely in the driver's seat right now. All the momentum and lots of confusion happening on the ISKL side. So one of the nice things about running combination attacks when you get free balls is you don't actually have to hit them that hard. Just the fact that your attacking players are moving and changing their hitting angles and hitting zones really discombobulates a defense that's transitioning itself. So TAS a little bit, check that, ISKL a little bit flummoxed right now. Coach Michelle froze and Coach Pat Hughes, of course, trying to get them reorganized. Meanwhile, on the TAS side, Coach Tan and Coach Philbach just checking their players, see how they're doing. Everybody seems to be feeling good. A lot of camaraderie on the TAS side. So sharing some positive affirmations here. For those of you wondering about a great resource for affirmations, I suggest you check out Spotify and seek out Snoop Dogg's affirmations. He's got a great little album for 4 and 5-year-olds, for pre-K and kindergartners, where students can rap hip-hop along with Snoop and sing themselves some affirmations. So perfect segue here. We're talking about Snoop Dogg, and now we're jumping back to Sophie serving for TAS. Another great serve by Sophie, passed up on the outside there by Michaela. Unfortunately, Karen's set too close to the net. Now, I'm going to tell you, folks, I was here this morning when ISKL upset ISB, and one of the key factors to ISKL's success this morning was the dogged nature, tendencies, and the accuracy of Karen, the setter number 11 for ISKL. So whatever she needs to do to get rid of her yips and get back into her confidence zone, she should do, because her team will need her to be successful. So here's a high ball set to Louisa. Louise, check that. ISKL able to, or TAS able to transfer. Transition perfectly on the free ball. Spread offense. Chloe, number 12, ran middle quick. 13 is Audrey. She was ready on the outside. And, of course, Raffi, number 10, senior and captain for TAS, running the 73er back set. So, once again, Sophie serving for TAS. Short serve passed up by Shia. Middle high set, Louisa. Louisa still doesn't think it's good enough for her to take a swing at. Here comes an outside ball. This is trouble. Too flat, too far. And unfortunately, Audrey puts that ball into the net. So stepping back to serve here is number 12 for ISKO. That's Caitlin. Caitlin is a senior. We don't seem to have anybody on ball rotation right now. So athletic director Jake Stockman for ISKL just standing there shooting the breeze with a parent. But we have plenty of ball rotation staff on the other side of the court, which is interesting. So here's a jump float serve by Caitlin. Here comes a free ball from TAS. Let's see if ISKL can convert it. Outside set, here's Shia. So Shia rips that ball cross court in between the open seam in the block between Chloe and Raffi. So Chloe's slow to close on the outside. And as a result, Shia able to rip the ball down to the court untouched. So back to serve again, once again for ISKL is Caitlin. So Caitlin serves the ball over the net. TAS gets a light roll shot from their arguably best hitter, Raffi, and that's just enough to take advantage of a soft block. So back to serve now, number 13 for TAS, that's Audrey. Audrey jump float serve to Shia. This is going to be bad news for TAS because Shia passes and hits as good as any player in IASAS. Great dig up there by Sophie, the TAS lib. Good hustle by Karen. Coming, there's trouble. Unfortunately, that's 4 contact. So big time dig by number 1, the libero for TAS, Sophie. But unfortunately, in that rotation where Shia, number 4, is playing left front, she also passes left front, so she's passing in position kind of 4.5. Anytime you serve her there, she's going to be the primary go-to hitter. Of course, that reminds those of you who are old enough of the 1988 USA men's volleyball team, where Karch Karai and Bob Stavertlik were the passer hitters who were successful in the, I want to say it was the Barcelona games. Nice try set, nice attempt from number 11, Karen, to back set her teammate, Sarah. Sarah also a lefty on the opposite side, so she should be able to take full advantage of that, but she just mishit that and put it in the net. So here, track number 4 for ISKL, passing in the middle of the court. This is exactly what I was talking about as a swing hitter. So she's a primary passer in serve receive and will swing out to hit. So there's another attempt for Sarah. Let's see if TAS can convert this roll shot. So Shia passes, and Shia hits. Okay, so it was touched by the TAS block. Unfortunately, it rolled just behind the block. An unsuccessful dig by the TAS outside hitter, number 9, Abby. So back to serve now is Sarah, number 5. TAS still dominating the first set, 20-13. Great pass up by Sophie. Outside set. Here's Raffi. So if Shia and Caitlin aren't quick to close, Raffi will take full advantage of that gap in the block. Now, one thing that's worth noting is that was a quicker tempo back set that Sophie gave Raffi. So it wasn't the typical high set where the setter's using her legs, but rather she's just flicking the ball backwards. That quicker tempo prevents the middle from closing the block. So here's another combination, the outside X. not effective. Here's an outside set to Shia. Shia reaching too high, putting it out of bounds. So TAS really in the driver's seat here as Sophie steps back for her third service turn. Check that. This is Rafi serving. Shia passes, unfortunately, just a little bit away. Little miscommunication, barely saved by ISKL. Here comes TAS. Back row attack, roll shot. Dropped on the line as though Rafi measured it out. So perfect attack by Rafi. Not that hard, but just over the shoulder of the backline defender. So both teams playing a perimeter defense called 6 back, which leaves your, exactly what it's called, your perimeter defended. Actually, the space on the court is deep in the corners over the corner player's shoulders, or in the middle of the court, which we call either the bucket or the donut. So if you can do a roll shot or a tip shot just over the block into the center of the court, oftentimes that's real estate that's undefended. So really what Coach Hughes here is doing at a scoreline of 23-13 is just imploring his team to play some good volleyball and generate some positive momentum to take into the second set. It's unlikely that they're going to survive and win this set, though nothing's impossible in volleyball. But at this point, what he's trying to do is just summon his team into playing some good volleyball that they can carry with them into the next set, which will start at 0-0. So TAS making some subs, including the super freshman number 8. That's Riley, and a new setter number 5. That's Grace, and a new outside hitter number 11. That's Elaine. So some changes for the TAS team here in the championship game. Mia passes the ball pretty well. Back set to Shia. Shia's got a tough angle to play the ball. She tips it over. Well saved by Grace. Elaine goes straight over the net. We're playing a little bit of net volley, and unfortunately, TAS gets lucky. Ball rolls right over the net, and Karen is unable to do something with it. So here we go. We've got 12 set points for TAS. Rafi back to serve. Jump float by Rafi, passed up by Mia. Mia sets, nobody. Another miscommunication by ISKL. So hands go to the head, which is never a good sign. And we're about to get a public service announcement. So Mr. Ron Reduta, Associate AD here in Taipei, ruining an IASAS tradition called the traditional fan migration. But super happy for the referees and the game, because as a result of Mr. Reduta's seemingly heavy-handed announcement, the players or the fans are going to stay seated, and we're going to be able to get back to the game in time.
That's right, Coach Queens. We're trying to catch up time here.
So we got a lot of fans here looking for a place to sit. There's tons of seating.
Fans, once again, please stay in the stands. We're not going from one side to another. That way we can get the set started. We have a minute and a half. Thank you for your cooperation.
Oh my God. Well, Mr. Stockman, please.
So we're about a minute away here from the second set of the girls' championship game. We've got ISKL chasing down one set. TAS Tigers dominating the first set. Combination of great serve-receive and great free ball conversions. ISKL, unfortunately, not as effective with their serve-receive, which resulted in them having to free ball out of system many balls over to the TAS side, which gave TAS tons of oxygen to both run their combinations and really to get all of their hitters active. So Sophie, number 3, the setter for TAS, has a lineup of hitters right now that all have tons of reps and that are all quote-unquote hot, whereas on the ISKL side, it's not obvious yet that ISKL has activated their middle attack. So Louise and Caitlin both 0 kills so far in the first set of volleyball. Plenty of volleyball left, though. As you know, the championship games here are both first to 3, so best of 5. And if ISKL has demonstrated anything this tournament, it's their bamboo-esque characteristic in which they can bend and bend and bend, but they never break. And so if there's a team that's going to survive this onslaught and go 5 sets, it's the team in white on your left. So quick opportunity to do a little shout out here. I know we have some fans tuning in from various places around the world. So shout out to the ISKL faculty and staff tuning in from the Ampang area. I'm told that any faculty member who is listening to the broadcast live today can go into Mr. Farrington's office on Monday and claim a free breakfast chocolate croissant. All you have to do is tell Mr. Jeff Farrington the code word, which I will tell you shortly. So back to serve for ISKL's number 12. This is Michaela. Michaela is the second outside hitter, opposite Shia, who's number 4, and in the front row, left side of for the ISKL Panthers. So back to serve is Caitlin. TAS receiving and a 3-person receive. All right, tough serve, passed up. Here comes a down ball. Dug up by Mia. Karen passes it up. Shia trying to rip cross court, but Sophie's there. There's a good block by ISKL. Great middle play by number 12, Chloe. So didn't fully transition away from the net, but kept her eyes on her setter, saw the ball coming back to her, and jumped up and just tipped it into, once again, we'll call it the donut, but put it into the donut on the ISKL side. So TAS sides out, and they now lead 1-0 in the second set. So back to serve is Chloe. Check that. Sophie, and if I'm not mistaken, she just gave the horns signal to her teammates. So look out for a free ball combination of front quick to number 12 and back quick to number 10. So the only coaching I would actually give Sophie isn't to run the combo, but it's to not make it as obvious that somebody as old and slow with as bad a vision as I have to be able to see the signal. So here's her serve. Unfortunately, that's in the net. So her toss probably carried her forward a little bit. So TAS loses possession of the ball. Back to serve for ISKL is super sub number 8. This is Zoe. She's in for Louise. And Louise is going to take the back row shift off while Zoe serves for her. So here we go. 3-person receive for TAS. Number 3, Sophie on the far side is actually not receiving. She's entering to set. There's the pass by Lib Sophie to setter Sophie. Middle quick to Chloe. Saved up by corner defender Zoe. Ball goes over the net. Free ball. Here comes the combo. No, it's a back set to Raffi. Ooh, back set. Probably misplayed. The referee's going to say that was a double touch. Yes, it was. So Karen's got to get her feet set in order to make that outside set. She's going to find her game, and when she does, her hitters are going to start getting very, very hittable balls. So back to serve here, number 13. Audrey. Back set to Sarah. Sarah puts the ball across court. Ball was dug by Sophie. That makes Raffi the backup setter, and Raffi, as a backup setter, runs middle quick to Chloe. So hence the excitement on the TAS side. It wasn't just because it was an attacking play, but it was an attacking play run by some backup position players. So once again, we have a score line of 4-1, and just like in the first set, Coach Hughes burns his first timeout. So once again, for the ISKL faculty and staff tuning in, wondering about the code word for the free chocolate croissants on Monday. The code word to report to Mr. Farrington, I'm told, is the code word is Canuck. The code word is Canuck. All right, so timeout almost over here. TAS back to serve, leading 4-1. Coach Hughes imploring his back row defenders to stay active and to swing from corner to corner. So your sweeper, your last man, your last player in a 6-back defense generally has 2 jobs depending on your team's concept. Typically, for an outside hitter, the back row player has to swing to the opposite corner to cover the corner shot. Oftentimes in boys volleyball, because blocking is much more common, that player actually backs up and stands behind the end line. There's a good timeout by Coach Hughes, because unfortunately, one of the worst times to miss a serve is after a timeout. There's 5 other awful times to miss a serve, which we'll talk about later, but one of them is after a timeout. Okay, so back to serve here, number 5, Sarah for ISKL. Sarah hailing from the USA, she's a junior. Nice baby float serve deep into the corner. There's a roll shot from TAS, so Abby could not have meant to hit that any more perfectly. So she probably mishit that, but it went just off the block and into the donut. So back to serve here, number 12, Chloe. Chloe, a very dependable middle blocker here for Taipei this tournament. Good high serve, served up to Shia. Karen likely setting Shia. Here we go, Shia on the right side. Blocked up, 50-50 ball. Karen's there with the coverage. And the referee's gonna say somebody was in the net. Likely that's number 13, that's Caitlin from ISKL. So back to serve for the second time is Chloe. So top spin served by Chloe, passed up perfectly by Mia. Back set is tight. And unfortunately just past the antenna. So once again, Karen still hasn't found her perfect touch that she had earlier today. But really the only way out in this case for her is through. So she's just got to keep setting until she does find that touch. There's an old adage that says it's best to strike while the iron's hot. But the continuation of that adage is the only way to make the iron hot is by striking. So here comes a ball to Caitlin, the lefty. Tough angle for her to hit from. And that takes us to a scoreline of 8-2, and here's our first 1 minute timeout. This is a technical timeout. So thinking of that expression, right? The only way to make an iron hot is by striking. The key there is if you're the setter and you feel like you don't have your mojo going, you just got to keep setting complicated and difficult sets until you find it. And sometimes for a team, you've got to grin and bear it until your setter does. Now I know in ISKL's case, number 1, Grace, is also a setter. She came in a key moment earlier today when Karen actually got injured and did a pretty good job setting for her kind of 2.5 rotations. But right now, Coach Hughes is probably waiting to see if Karen can find it before he makes such a drastic change. So TAS leading 8-2 here in the second set. TAS players seemingly very confident. Great mojo on the TAS side. ISKL side, some questions and some answers happening. For those of you wondering about the ISKL chocolate croissant password, that password has been given for the record. We'll give it one more time a little bit later in the match to make sure you keep listening. But Coach Farrington, Principal Farrington has informed me that he is prepared for any and all staff who are listening to the broadcast to come get a free chocolate croissant on Monday morning. So here's a great serve by Chloe, passed up by Shia. Middle set, high ball. And finally we've got Caitlin active, and that was a very, very good set by number 11, Karen from ISKL. So Karen seeming to have found some mojo and activated one of her critical 3 hitters. So the other 2, of course, are Shia, who's stepping back to serve now, and Louise, who's sitting next to her coach waiting for her front row shift. So here's Shia's jump float, great jump float serve, giving Rafi all kinds of trouble. Saved up by Sophie. Cross-court hit. Here comes Caitlin again. Caitlin goes off the hands of the libero number 1. That's Sophie. So general rule of thumb when you're playing back row defense, particularly in a 6-back, if you're the last person, you have to reach up or sideways for it. It's probably out of bounds. So back to serve is number 4, Shia, looking to claw her way back into this match with the baby float serve. Great serve. Rafi passes it up pretty well. Free ball coming to ISKL. See if they can convert it. Here's Karen, high ball in the middle. Let's see what. Great dig by Sophie. 50-50 ball. And the ball was fully on the TAS side when Caitlin got involved with it. So I'll help you interpret some of the referee calls here because I know that the camera point is behind the referee's body, so you can't always see what he's saying. So here's Rafi's jump float, put into the tape. So 9-5 ball game. Shia's service turn pretty effective. Now back to serve Caitlin. So Caitlin, number 13, the lefty middle. Student athlete only picked up a volleyball this year in June. And unfortunately puts a little bit too much sauce on that serve and puts it out of bounds long. So TAS running it to the line effectively. For those of you at home who are aspiring volleyball players, when you're on the court and you think it's going to be out of bounds, you got to walk it all the way to the line to be sure. Don't just watch it. Let's see what TAS does with this serve here by number 9, Abby. So Caitlin passes the ball up. She's going to put a free ball in. Let's see if the TAS team runs another X combination. Nope. Choosing a more traditional offense. It was a little bit of a quicker outside ball. I wouldn't have called it a shoot, but it's definitely not a high ball. So some parlance, people call that the go ball. And the go ball means your outside hitter. So in this case, number 9, Abby, is already on her second step when the setter is contacting the ball. So her 4-step approach, her second step. So it's a little bit faster, which means it's harder for the block to close and harder for the defense to get set. Here's number 9. Serves the ball out of bounds. So that's Abby. The hitter just now checked out was Audrey, 13. And it's interesting. I believe Coach Hughes here burned his second timeout, even though they just sided out. So not a prototypical move by a coach early in the set, having burned both of his timeouts before we even get to the 20s. Nevertheless, he must have seen something that he really wants to coach his team up on. So the student section here from Taipei, remarkably quiet, all things considered. TAS leading 2-1 and up 11-6, and yet the student section is dead quiet. I'm surprised by that. One might think the student section would be going bananas by now, but they're choosing not to. All right, so ISKL actually won that point, right? So they're going to be serving. All right, so back to serve setter number 11, Karen. Nice jump float, but passed up perfectly by Sophie. Back set. Back quick. Ineffective. Here's Caitlin. Roll shot deep to the corner, but Sophie's there. Outside set. That's Audrey, number 13, going high off the hands of Louise and Sarah. So back to serve number 7. This is Jocelyn. And in on the front left side is Chloe. So Jocelyn serving in the back as a middle. And ISKL looking to side out. So Mia overpasses that, and it was saved by Sarah. 50-50 ball. Sarah rotating with, or switching without watching the ball, so that's a thing they'd like her to change probably. Again, a combination run, but doesn't look like the team's communicated effectively. Free ball again from ISKL. Let's see if TAS can convert this one. Outside bump set. Off the hands, Mia's there to pass it. Outside set here, tight ball for Caitlin. Saved up by Louisa. Again to Caitlin. Caitlin tipping deep to the corner. Nice hustle by Abby. Here's a free ball to ISKL. She is there. Karen sets it high in the middle. This is Louisa. Blocked by Chloe. Outside set. And unfortunately, Louisa mistimes it and hits it into the net. So back to serve number 7. Jocelyn, interesting rally there. Some sloppy volleyball. I think TAS probably lucky to have gotten away with that. They tried to run some combinations that weren't there for them. Nevertheless, great serve over there. Here comes a down ball. This is a good hit by Caitlin. Front row switches for ISKL. Running a go ball again, but didn't look like Audrey was ready for it. Here comes another free ball. Tight pass. Overpass. She is there. That ball probably didn't have enough height for Audrey to rip at it, so she's saying to Sophie, if you can, set it a little bit higher. So ISKL signs out here. Back to serve is number 12, Caitlin. Check that, Michaela. So Michaela serving to the threesome, the back 3 of TAS. So passed up pretty well by Audrey. Little miscommunication between Chloe and Sophie. Let's see if ISKL can convert. High ball for Louisa. Louisa hits off her right shoulder. Goes past Chloe's block and deep into the corner. So now we've got Louise into the game. So Karen doing a pretty good job of mobilizing first Caitlin, after Shia, and then now Louise. So with 3 hitters active and available, ISKL is going to have many more options in attack. So there's Michaela's serve. Middle quick. Tried to get dug up by Unfortunately, Sara not able to get a clean contact. She puts it straight into the net. Karen's effort, no good. So back to serve, 3-person receive. Shia lurking in the left front of the court. So if I'm Sophie here, I'm doing everything I can not to serve number 4. In fact, I want to serve the ball behind number 12. So let's see what Sophie does with her serve. She puts the ball in Mia's lap. Mia's the lib. Bump set to the outside. Let's see what Shia can do. Shia does a roll shot, dug up by Sophie. Outside set here. Passed up by Audrey after the block. Here's Rafi. Dug up by Louise. Outside set again. Great back row dig by number 9. That's Abby. Here's an outside hit by Audrey. Roll shot. Karen's there. Here comes a free ball. And you don't see that a lot. You don't see the lib take a full chew out of the back row and roll it off the tape. So full credit to ISKL libero Mia, number 7, from the USA. She's a senior. That was a pretty courageous play she just did, and it paid off big time for the ISKL Panthers. So we go 14-9 here. Back to serve is number 8, Zoe. She's in for Louise. Karen diving all over the court. Karen winning the semifinal Bulldog of the Game award, so living up to her hype from the previous game with maximum effort. So there's a great pass by Sophie. Middle quick, dug up by Michaela. Unfortunately, dug to the wrong part of the court. So you got to remember, the setter's always right back. She's transitioning from right back to essentially 2.5, which is right front. And so if you overpass to the left front side, that's a heck of a run for your setter. So great pass by Shia, bump set by Karen. Back to Shia. Shia rips it cross court. Audrey's there. Check that. Sophie's there. Sophie sets to Rafi. Rafi rips it left-handed, deep into the cross court. That ball was in. So we're at the second technical timeout, 16-9. So ISKL playing pretty good volleyball here, showing definite signs of life. This is a different ISKL team than in the first set, but might be too little too late here, as ISKL can check that. TAS can comfortably play side-out volleyball the rest of the way here and work themselves into set point. So what you're seeing here, athletes moving in left and right. Gym is pretty active, gym is pretty full. We got great atmosphere here in the Joey Gymnasium. For those of you tuning in, still plenty of time in this match to come get a seat. Plenty of time to get here in time for the boys championship game. Now I happen to know, for those of you listening from the Taipei community, that Coach Ron Reduta and Kim Kawamoto have a bubble tea waiting for you if you share the code word with either of them in the next 30 minutes. So there is bubble tea waiting for the first person who shares the code word with Mr. Ron Reduta. And that code word will come at the next timeout. So here we go, back to serve number 13 for TAS. Here's Audrey. Little jump float by Audrey, low over the net, great path, that's trouble by Zoe. And there's the first ace for Audrey. So great jump float, low over the net. So Zoe, of course, the back row sub for Louise, so definitely a good passer. Uncharacteristic mistake by Zoe. So there's Zoe's capable passing. Outside set. Sara sets it into the donut. There's Sophie. Sophie back sets to Rafi. Rafi goes off the block in between the two blockers. And so TAS now commanding 18-9 lead. So back to serve here is Audrey, with TAS leading 18-9. Here's Audrey's serve. Shia passes. Shia gets set. Roll shot. Passed up by Sophie. Sophie sets. Tries middle quick, but the lib, Sophie's there to clean it up. And unfortunately, Caitlin's lost a little bit of her timing, a little bit of her touch. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, in volleyball, the only way out is through. Caitlin's not going to find her rhythm by not being set, right? So if I'm Karen, what I'm using the remaining 6 points of this set for are to get my hitters back into rhythm. So here's another ace by Audrey. So a little miscommunication over the back shoulder. Okay, so timeout taken by Bill Philbach, doing ISKL a favor, because as we all know, ISKL already burned their 2 timeouts. But Coach Philbach likely going to make some changes here, maybe include some of his younger players into the roster so they get some championship game experience. So here's the timeout. So we're talking about what's the code word for Mr. Ron Reduda. And to get a bubble tee, so the first person to find Mr. Ron Reduda with the code word is Bay Area. The first person to say to Mr. Ron Reduda, Bay Area, there's a bubble tee waiting for you. So here's some subs, here's some changes coming. So here are the changes. First change is number 9 is out, Elaine is in. And number 10 is out, that's Rafi, and Grace is in. So serving now is number 13, that's Audrey, still Audrey. Great serving run. And unfortunately, she posts that ball out of bounds. So a little bit too much juice on her serve after the timeout. For those of you checking, texting Coach Reduda the password does not count. You've got to come into the gym, find him, tap him on the shoulder, and say the code word. We've got a lot of people who are probably watching this game from the comforts of their living room, perhaps enjoying the dulcet tones of your favorite announcer here. Nevertheless, we implore you to come to the gym and be part of this incredible atmosphere that TAS is putting together. So into play number 8. This is Riley. Riley, of course, the freshman, 9th grader, getting some court time here in the championship game.
Let's go, Panthers!
Here's a nice serve by Chloe, top spin serve. Karen sets the ball high to the middle. Dug up by Elaine. Outside set to Elaine. Elaine rips that ball, but Zoe was probably playing it out of bounds. Great save by none other than Michaela. Let's see if TAS can put something together here for him. Back set to Grace. Grace rips the ball, but it's dug up by Michaela again. Here's Caitlin into the hole. Riley was there for it, but Sophie saying that was probably my ball. Nevertheless, back to serve number 4, Shia. Again, once again, just looking to generate some positive momentum for ISKL here, looking towards the side change in the 3rd set. Great pass up there by Sophie. Grace sends a free ball over the net. Shia passes it up. Unfortunately, not as close to the net as she'd like. Great effort there by Sophie. Cross-court hit by Michaela. Might have been out of bounds, but Sophie's got to play it. So back to serve again for the 2nd time here. This is Shia. Shia working her baby float. Passed up by Elaine. Let's see if Sophie does something. Back to Elaine. Elaine hitting a down ball. Played up by Sophie. Here's Grace, the backup setter. Ooh, that might have been a dirty contact. Yep. Referees are generally pretty finicky if anybody besides the setter sets the ball. You've got to be pretty clean. Any side spin or backward spin on your set, the referee's going to call it for a double touch. So here's Shia back for her 3rd serve. This is exactly the momentum that Coach Hughes was trying to generate. Great jump float, passed over the net by Riley. Free ball transition. Here's Michaela. Michaela goes down the line and in. That's a great shot. So back to serve once again is Shia. This is her 5th serve already. So she's really bringing her team, carrying her team right now. Front row for ISKL includes Karen, Michaela. Unfortunately, uncharacteristic pass by Riley over there. So Coach Philbach's going to call a little timeout just to get his team reset, reorganized. Shia, number 4, arguably one of the best servers in the tournament. Definitely has the most aces on the ISKL team. So that's a tough ask for any back row. So as Shia kind of single-handedly drags her team back into contention here. The TAS team looking to just regain some composure, take a couple deep breaths. They know how close they are to the finish line. They can smell the end of this set. So back to serve again, number 4, Shia from ISKL. And the TAS receive ready. So here's the jump float, passed up by Sophie. Grace steps in to set. Outside, that's Elaine. Ooh, Elaine jumps and rips, but doesn't get any topspin on it. Fortunately, the ball is blocked or touched by the block, and so Elaine and TAS win the ball back. So back to serve number 5. This is Grace. Grace is the backup setter for TAS. And getting some court time here as a sophomore in the championship game. So ISKL ready to receive here. Nice serve by Grace, passed up by Zoe. There's Michaela who saves it. Grace gonna put, or Zoe gonna put it over the net. All right, so there's a great example of perhaps a misplayed combination, but if you can hit it hard and over, good things can still happen for your team. So stepping back to serve once again, number 5, Grace. TAS now on the Hillary step, so they're very close to finishing out this set. ISKL looking to generate some positive momentum. So Grace's jump float passed up by Michaela. Bump set back out to Michaela. Michaela tips into the bucket, but Elaine is there. Outside set by Sophie for Elaine. Elaine tries to go line, but puts it into the net. So back to serve for ISKL number 13, Caitlin. Fun fact about Caitlin, just a year ago, Caitlin was at the IASAS Volleyball Cross Country Championships in Singapore, hosted by Justin Tevez, Tracy Vanderlyn, and Tomo Tanabe and the athletic department staff. But she wasn't there as a volleyball player. Caitlin was a cross-country runner at that tournament. So here's Caitlin's lefty serve, tough serve, passed up by Audrey, overpass. Grace sets it to the outside, and unfortunately touches the net. So that tight pass by Sophie, setter Sophie, number 3, forced Grace into the net. So a little change coming. Rafi coming back in. Grace coming out because of her importance, Rafi's importance in the passing line. Switching to 3 across. Elaine comes out of the passing line to the net. And your passing line is Audrey, Sophie, and Rafi once again. So great serve by Caitlin. Sophie passes it up. Back row attack coming from Rafi, passed up by Mia. Ooh, outside set by Karen. Unfortunately, Karen mishandles it. So Karen needing to shake off the heebie-jeebies here. ISKL is going to go whichever way Karen leads them, so she's really got to find it. So here we go, now serving. And number 11, Elaine for TAS. So here's Elaine's serve, passed up by Shia, deep serve. Here comes Michaela. Michaela's ball is dug, pass to the outside. Here's Audrey. Audrey, no block. Louise was late to the outside and Karen didn't block, and so Audrey able to rip the ball across court and score. So TAS taking a commanding 2-0 lead here as the girls' championship game moves to its 3rd set. So great set of volleyball by the Taipei American School Tigers. Moments of brilliance by ISKL. The Cinderella story going to need a really dramatic finish to occur. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, the code word for the TAS fans does not, the game is over. We've had our first reportee. Come find Mr. Ron Reduta with the code word. So for those of you who've been watching, who've been eagerly waiting to come in here and give Mr. Ron Reduta the code word, sorry folks, it's too late. The bell is ringing and the ball is over. A quick girls soccer championship game update from ISB. Singapore American School girls locked into a 0-0 tie with 10 minutes to go against Taipei American School. So shout out once again to Chris Mott and the ISB athletics community for hosting a world-class soccer tournament over there in Bangkok. We have a 0-0 ball game here in Taipei in the girls championship game. We are in the 3rd set of the girls final, and Taipei currently leads 2-0. So for those of you wondering how TAS got to this game in the final. They were the number 2 seed coming out of the round robin. They had a bye last night and played ISM this morning in the semifinals. They beat ISM to earn their spot here in the final. ISKL, as the number 6 seed, actually knocked off the number 3 seed last night. That's Singapore American School. Then this morning played the number 1 seed, who's ISB, and knocked them off. And as a result, they're here representing their school in the championship game, when in fact coming out of the round robin, they were the number 6 seed. So we're 30 seconds away from the third set of volleyball here at TAS. Once again, world-class tournament put on by the athletic department staff. Shout out to the Taipei Volleyball Association referees. These guys have been nothing but outstanding this entire weekend, really making the calls understandable, doing their best to let play continue where appropriate, but holding every player to a very high standard of decorum and quality. So, you know, your tournaments are only as successful as your officiating is, and TAS did a great job securing these wonderful officials this weekend. All right, so we got a little update from Bangkok. The current score for the girls' final between Singapore American School and Taipei American School is 1-0 SAS. So shout out ESAS Elementary School Activities and Athletics Coordinator, Mr. Brian Kuhl, varsity boys rugby coach. We have a 1-0 soccer game in the championship game in Bangkok. Here's the first serve of the third set. That's Sarah going down the line with her lefty swing. That's a big-time hit by number 5. Sarah, of course, the sub, playing for Emilia, who's actually the starting outside hitter, but got injured. According to Mr. Jake Stockman, the AD, Emilia's first injury actually occurred just after the school's pep rally last Tuesday, but actually hurt her ankle during this tournament as well. So great pass up there by Sophie. Outside set to Rafi, roll shot into the bucket. Unfortunately, number 12, Michaela, not moving her feet and having to dive for that. Generally speaking, volleyball coaches will say if you're diving, you are out of position. So here comes number 13. That's Audrey. Pass up to Mia. She is going to bring it back to the middle of the court. Here comes a free ball from Sarah. Check that, Sarah. And TAS running again the horns combination, so middle quick and back quick. Louisa passes a 50-50 ball, which is all kinds of danger for her team. Generally, if you're a middle, you want to keep the ball fully on your side or fully on the other side. And if you're attacking it, you've got to be attacking it above the net. So back to serve is Audrey, 2-1 ball game, third set of the girls' championship game. So passed up by Mia. Here's Shia putting it back in the middle of the court. Over the net free ball. Let's see if TAS can convert. Looks like they're trying an inside X. Oh, dug up by Karen. Played off the block. Here's another set by Karen outside. Here's Shia. Shia rips it, but it's dug perfectly by Audrey. Audrey's in the right spot. There's an outside hit by number 9, Abby, but I don't think that was blocked. I think that went straight into the net. So back to serve for ISKL is super sub number 8, Zoe. And in for ISKL in the front row left and the new middle is none other than Caitlin. So we got a 2-2 ball game here in the third set. Middle quick run by Chloe. Referee says the block had that. I think it went in the net. Roll shot over the net. Karen sets high and outside. Shia rips it, but Audrey's there. Here comes Abby with her cross-court hit. She passes again. Shia passing and hitting. Nope, this ball is set to Caitlin, who goes to the left side of the court. That's a tough place to defend because you got to remember Sophie, number 3's tendency when she's playing right back for her court, which is the left attack for ISKL, but when she's playing right back, her tendency is to come to the net to set the second ball. When she's playing team defense, she has to actually hold her ground. That's really tough to teach setters to do because they're used to bailing out early so that they can set their teammates. So here's number 8, Zoe. Great service run by Zoe. ISKL has their first lead of the match here. Good pass by Sophie. Middle quick to Chloe. Caitlin was there, but a little bit late on the block. So So another update from Bangkok for the boys soccer final. We've got SAS in the final with GIS, and according to my sources, SAS leading that match 2-0. So a nice pass up by Shia. Shia hits after she passes. Great dig by Chloe. Unfortunately mishandled by Sophie. So once again, reminding you of the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics, where the USA men's team, check that, the 1988 Barcelona Olympics, where the USA men's team beat the Soviet Union at the time in the Olympic gold medal final with the two outside hitters called swing hitters. So they did a two-person receive the entire tournament. This was before the libero rule, where Bob Stavertlik and Karch Karai passed and hit almost every ball. All right, so here's a free ball passed up by Sophie. Sophie setting the 31, the beat quick. Caitlin's there for it. Now running the high ball. That's Abby who hits the ball cross court. Dug up. Here's Shia. Dug up by Sophie. Good volleyball here. Middle quick. So that's number 7. That's Jocelyn. And unfortunately, Caitlin, the ISKL middle blocker, not in the air early enough to get her hands set to block that ball back effectively. So Mia's receive a little bit off. TAS looking to convert once again their free ball. Here's Shia on the outside. Shia tipping into the bucket. That's a really tough play. Abby saying, is that mine? Probably. If Abby did a good job peeling off the net and coming towards the block, that tip toward the right side of the court is defendable. So here, back to serve, tied 5-5 is Shia. Once again, Shia leading ISKL and in aces. So here's Shia's baby jump serve, floated past effectively by Sophie. Sophie set to Abby, probably too low. And Abby puts it into the net. So ISKL back with the lead, leading by 1, 6-5 here in the third set. So there's a great serve by Shia. Deep into the corner, that ball goes out of bounds. Unfortunately, Shia probably was wishing that ball to go out, didn't actually follow it all the way to the line. Nevertheless, it was out. And an uncharacteristic overpass by Sophie from TAS. But again, Shia's serve is no joke, folks. So here Shia's tough serve, passed up by Audrey. Back set here, Rafi giving it a free ball. Let's see if ISKL can convert. Outside set here, that's Michaela. Michaela does a roll shot. Sophie's there. Other Sophie sets at middle and high. Jocelyn there to hit it. Puts it into a corner with a little bit too much pace, and number 4, Shia unable to defend it. So stepping back to serve is Abby. Abby, another junior on this Taipei American School team, so loaded with juniors, and Abby's one of them. So ISKL receiving in a 4-person receive, flat line, corners are open. Ball's passed up by Mia, tight to the middle. There's the lefty, Caitlin. There's an effective line shot by Audrey. So that was a great set by Sophie that let Audrey turn her hips and her shoulders down the line. Karen, of course, the front row blocker on the right side for ISKL. It's probably an easy blocker to hit over. So Karen's really got to time her balls perfectly. So we got a 7-7 ball game here. We're really going side out for side out. It's really exciting. And we are 1 point away from the technical timeout. So this is as good a time as any to read out a quick public service announcement. Just want to give a special shout out to the TAS PTA for sponsoring the audio equipment we're using here today. Likely most of the TAS fans are here in the gym, and I'm probably only talking to IASAS fans and ISKO fans. Nevertheless, shout out to the TAS PTA for hooking up all this equipment so that we can have some live commentary at this game. And shout out to Mr. Openshaw for all the hard work the broadcasting team has done this weekend. You know, the AD office do an incredible job organizing the refs and the courts and the officials and organizing the tournament, but there's a whole cast and crew behind the scenes that make live streaming and broadcasting possible. So shout out to Mr. Openshaw. So there's a nice pass by Zoe. Outside set. Here's Michaela, number 12. Roll shot down the line. Rafi had it one-handed. Here comes a free ball by Sophie. Passed up by Mia. High ball in the middle. This is Caitlin. Caitlin goes to her right side. Sophie's there again. Here comes another free ball from Rafi. Let's see if ISKL can convert. Another roll shot, dug up. Sophie passes back row. Here's another free ball. So we're in free ball city here, folks. High ball to the middle. Tip to the right side, but who other than Sophie's there? Ooh. Sophie, number 3 setter, called for a double contact. Like I said, referees are pretty finicky about people's quality of hand contact. So we're up at 8-7 here for ISKL. Second lead of the game. TAS student section remarkably quiet, all things considered. Everybody's on their phone, likely checking the Yankee score. For those of you wondering about the Yankee score today, you'll be delighted to know the Yankees won Game 4 at Cleveland and are leading 3-1 now in the American League Championship Series. Game 5, of course, tomorrow morning at 8:08 a.m. live from Cleveland, for those of you interested in watching. The Dodgers series, meanwhile, Dodgers lead the series 3-2, but are bringing the series back to LA. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to resume play here after the technical timeout, as TAS and ISKL seem ready. A quick update from Bangkok. The boys' final score, boys' championship game still ongoing. The score currently is not 2-0. Currently 3-0 for Singapore American School over Jakarta Intercultural School. So back to serve here is number 13. This is Caitlin. Passed up pretty effectively by Sophie. Sophie back sets to Jocelyn. Jocelyn middle quick-ish. Here comes Louisa, blocked by Jocelyn. Ball goes over the net into the bucket. And unfortunately, after Abby's dig, Sophie carried it. So first 2-point lead of the game for ISKL. ISKL fans breathing this rare air oxygen. And another update from Bangkok as Sophie passes Caitlin's serve well. Oh, unfortunately miscontacted once again by Sophie. Sophie probably knew it. But a quick update from Bangkok is that, according to my sources, Singapore American School and the girls soccer final victorious 1-0. So 1-0, SAS Eagles champions of girls soccer. So joining the Taipei boys and Taipei girls cross-country teams as IASAS champions for season 1. Of course, momentarily we're going to have a girls volleyball champion once this match concludes, but right now we've got a great ball game, 8-10 here with the Taipei Tigers. This is Jocelyn serving for the Taipei team. So high ball set to Louise. Louise roll shot. Unfortunately, Rafi probably a little too deep. So Rafi's got to play in a position called the box or the pocket, which is about 2 big steps behind the IASAS logo. Rafi was probably about 5 big steps behind that logo, making that ball a really difficult ball for her to defend. So here's Karen serving for ISKL. Jump float, passed perfectly by Rafi. Middle quick here by Chloe. Unfortunately missed time. So the timing sequencing a little bit off between Chloe and Sophie, but the pass was perfect from Rafi. So here's another jump float. Rafi, another perfect pass. Back set to Rafi. Rafi wasn't in her spot, but passes perfect empty spot on the court. Here's a tight set by Karen, and unfortunately Sarah tried to play it under the net. Now, rule of thumb, if you're a front row player, if you wait for that ball to cross the net height, you're actually in big trouble. You want to try to get to that ball in the air as high above the net as you can. So back to serve as the setter, chasing 3 points for TAS. This is Sophie, number 3, serving for TAS. So good pass up by Shia. High ball set. Louise doesn't feel it's right for her to take a swing at. Rafi pass sets it to the outside. That's Audrey. Audrey goes down the line. There's no coverage down there. It's a big ask for Mia, who's actually playing perimeter back cross-court defense. The actual defending solution there is for the back right player, who is Karen right now, to actually back up 2 steps. So 2-point game now as Sophie backs up to serve for TAS. Nice easy serve by Sophie, passed up by Mia. Outside set here. This is Sarah. Sarah goes left-handed cross court. Dug up by Audrey. Back set to Rafi. Dug up by Mia. So, and here comes a free ball from Karen. Let's see if TAS can convert. Outside X coming. Roll shot. Dug up by Karen once again. High set. And none other than Caitlin rips it down or across down the line, down ball. Lots of topspin into a spot on the court that's not very well defended. So we now have a 3-point game, 13-10. ISKL leading. Back to serve number 12, Caitlin. Of course, that brings forward the bazooka, number 4, Shia, to the front row. And Karen unfortunately puts her serve into the net, and as a result, TAS get to side out. So check this serve-receive posture from ISKL here. You've got Mia in the middle and Shia on the left. Server number 13, Audrey's got to do her very best not to serve Shia, which unfortunately she does. So set, referee calls Karen for a double contact. So ISKL unlucky there, but TAS taking good advantage. That's a great serve from Audrey, and she's going to try to direct that serve at one of the other players on the ISKL team. She passes it up. High set. Dug up by the back row of TAS. And that's Abby going sharp cross court, putting the ball on the line. So Shia and Sarah organizing themselves. Here's Audrey's jump float. Passed up to Shia, or served up to Shia. Shia passes and rips down the line. So this is the risk you run, right? When you serve the best receiver and the best hitter at the same time, you're likely going to see her get set. She's going to pass the ball just bad enough that she's the only setting option. So back to serve for Louise now is number 8. This is Zoe. ISKL Panthers still have clinging to a 1-point lead here. There's a nice pass up by Sophie, running middle quick. So Sophie and Chloe yet to really find their sync, their rhythm. Having played this team earlier in this tournament, I know how tough they will be when they do find that rhythm. So really for Chloe and Sophie, the only option is to continue running those combination plays. Here's another serve by Zoe. Passed up pretty well by Abby. Back set to Rafi. Rafi roll shot off the block. Saved, unfortunately, by Caitlin, but passed out of bounds. So great court awareness over there by the libero number 1, Sophie, running the ball all the way to the line, ensuring it was out. And back to serve is number 12, Chloe. She is still lurking in the front row. Another update from Bangkok for those of you interested. The boys soccer final is now also over. SAS Eagles winning that game 3-0. So Eagles boys and girls champions in soccer. Great dig over there by Michaela, saved. Zoe puts the ball in the middle of the court. Let's see if TAS can do something with it. Middle quick by Jocelyn, read perfectly by Caitlin and blocked. So SAS joining TAS as double gold champions for soccer, as TAS has already done in cross country. And we are now awaiting the girls final champion. So we got technical timeout here, 16-14, ISKL leading by 2. Still anybody's game, going back and forth.
As soon as the whistle blows for the serve, once again, please stop banging the drums as soon as the whistle blows for the serve. Thank you.
Little spirit of an IASAS announcement there by Mr. Ron Reduta, imploring the fans not to bang the drums while the players are serving. We're chasing. We've got a 2-point game here. ISKL kind of in an optimal serve-receive rotation, so long as Shia, number 4, is in the front row. Zoe serving for them, of course. TAS looking to get settled with one perfect pass and then run a combination that they can score from. Lots of options for Sophie, the TAS center. Right now she's got Abby in the front row. She's got Rafi in the front row. And she's got Jocelyn in the front row. So plenty of options. So back to serve is Sarah, number 5. Sarah serve into the bucket. Great pass by Rafi, middle quick. Dug up by Michaela. Tipped by Shia. Rafi sets the ball high and outside. That's number 9. That's Abby. Dug up, passed up, set up. Here's Sarah, definitely feeling some juice here. Hitting a down ball out of the back right position. So here we go, folks. Sarah back to serve. ISKO Panthers lead by 3, 17-14. And here's Sarah's jump float, passed up by Rafi, overpass. Here's Shia, bumping it to her setter. High ball set back to her. And Shia hits into the block. And for the first time in this match, at least, Shia gets blocked by number 10, Rafi, and number 7, Jocelyn. So Rafi lining up her block perfectly. Jocelyn closing. So 2-point game, side out for TAS. Rafi to the back row, serving. Passed up by Zoe. Back set, tight set to Shia. Shia tipping into the bucket. So you can call it the bucket or you can call it the donut, but nevertheless, it's a really tough spot to defend from. The only way to predict it is to see that Shia's hitting posture is broken as she approaches that ball, and that she's approaching the ball with her arms up, hand up already, only knowing she can tip. And then everybody's got to charge. So we call that credit card defense. Everybody charges. So Shia back to serve for ISKO. Here's a jump float. Sophie chooses to tip over the net. It drops into it drops over the net, but Karen gets the first ball, and as a result, there's a little bit of analysis by paralysis on the KO side. So back to serve number 9, Abby. ISKO ready to do their very best to side out here. Let's see what Abby can do with her jump float. Okay, Abby's jump float off Sophie's, check that, Zoe's hands. So again, uncharacteristic mistake on Zoe's part. Coach Pat Hughes uses his second timeout, trying to implore his team to stay composed, to stay together, and to ensure that that they're able to successfully convert out of this serve-receive position. Back to serve number 9 for TAS. Here's Abby. Okay, a little bit of precipitation on the court. There's been a weather front moving through the gym. TAS back to serve. ISKO ready to receive. Great serve by Abby. $1 million serve after the timeout. So Abby reads the recessed defense by ISKO perfectly and drops her serve into the donut. So here's another serve by Abby. Hard down the line. Zoe and Michaela both flinch at it. ISKO need to conjure up a little bit of magic here. So when you're facing a tough float server, which Abby is right now, as a serve-receive team, you've got to back up, and then on her toss, you've got to creep forward a little bit and attack her float serve. You can't let it travel any more than it needs to because it moves or breaks at the last minute. So there's Shia making a great pass. Unfortunately, Karen's high set to Caitlin. Caitlin gets under the ball and doesn't get on top of it. She hit it in the right direction, but it just traveled high and out of bounds. So here, back to serve, leading by 2 now, Taipei Tigers. 5 points away from match point. They can smell the gold medal. Is Abby. Abby puts it into the net, so there's some life for ISKO. So somebody might accuse Kim Creans of having jinxed TAS right there. I can tell you that Kim Creans has nothing to do with the outcome of this match. Nevertheless, Caitlin back to serve for ISKO, number 13. Again, moisture on the court, messing with somebody's takeoff zone for their jump serve. So at 1 point game, ISKL down by 1, TAS up by 1, 19-20 in the third set of the girls volleyball championship game. So nice serve by Caitlin, passed up by Sophie. Sophie sets outside to Audrey, and Audrey hits that ball down the line and in. Once again taking advantage of the low block that Karen offers on the right side. So Karen does so much right for the ISKL team, but generating height over the net and pressing back into the court is really a challenge. So ISKL receive is ready. Unfortunately, Jocelyn puts that ball into the net. So back to serve is Karen for ISKL. Into the front row is Sarah. ISKL is one rotation away from their dream rotation. TAS needs to side out here and keep them in this spot and keep Shia in the back row. Here's a jump float by Karen. Middle quick to Chloe. Blocked effectively by none other than Louise, number 9, 21-21. So all TAS need is one good pass. That was a great idea by Sophie, number 3. The problem with a great quick middle quick is if the other middle reads it perfectly, you've put her into a phone booth. So there's a jump float by Karen, passed up by Rafi. Outside set. Dug up by Sophie. Okay, so ISKL going to send over a free ball. Let's see how TAS organizes this. Tight pass by Rafi, tipping, but Shia's there. Okay, so ball goes straight over the net. Middle quick. Sophie's there to clean it up. That's great libero work by Sophie. Middle high ball. Hit by Louisa. Again, dug up by Karen. And this time, Chloe puts the ball down on the ISKL side. So 22-21. Back to serve is number 3, Sophie. ISKL needing to side out here on this play and get Shia back to the front row. Because try as Karen might, she's not setting hittable balls for Louise. So back to serve is number 3, Sophie. Fans in the crowd here can smell the gold medal. Ball passed up pretty well by Mia. High set outside to Sarah. Sarah tips into the bucket. Dug up by number 13, Audrey. And this brings number 4, Shia, to the front row. Back to serve number 12, Caitlin. This could be the rotation ISKL was waiting for. So back to serve Caitlin, number 22. Check that, number 12. Short serve into the net. And that's not Caitlin, that's Michaela. All right, so Shia here, left front on your screen, bottom left of your screen. Back to serve is Audrey, number 13. Jump float by Audrey. Passed up by Shia. High ball set to Shia. Shia rips it, covered up. Another set to Shia. Shia tries to roll down the line, but that ball goes out of bounds, and we're at tournament point for TAS. So everybody definitely smelling the gold medal here. ISKL trying to keep some composure. They're still in this game. Famous coach once told me, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you are right. So here comes the serve, passed up by Shia. Tight ball. And unfortunately, Sarah bumps that ball out of bounds. So the ISKL fairy tale ends. The Taipei American School fairy tale has only begun. TAS girls, gold medalists at home in the IASAS championship tournament for volleyball. Congratulations to both teams. A great story played and fought for by the ISKL volleyball team. Shout out to TAS Taipei American School girls volleyball champions. Join us in 15 minutes, 7:30 p.m. when we kick off the boys volleyball championship game between Taipei American School and Singapore American School.
few moments to do the team introductions. The number 2 TAS Tigers are the guest team. They are the lower seed and playing against the number 1 TAS seeded Eagles.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we seem to be off here. Player announcements done. Player handshakes taking place. Coach handshakes done. Some last-minute cheers and support for each other. And we're about to line up here and start our match. Thanks to those of you for tuning in here in a late night here at Taipei American School. Boys Championship Final. TAS Tigers number 2 seed in dark blue. The guests on the scoreboard versus the number 1 seeded Singapore American School Eagles in red will be the home team on your scoreboard. Both teams have a long history of competing against each other dating back to the early 90s. So Singapore American School stepping back to serve first. That's number 3, Christian, the setter. Front row for SAS includes Yutaro, number 11, number 9, Adam Brest, the middle, number 5, the right side, Paul Liu. TAS receiving 3 across. So setter for TAS. Of course, none other than number 10, Noah. And his front row includes Henry and Quinton. So TAS receiving here as Christian starts with a jump float. And we're underway in the boys championship final. Ball mishandled by TAS. Here comes a free ball. Paul Liu to the ball. 50-50 ball. Referee's going to say that number 19 from TAS, none other than Henry, was too far over the net, interfering with the play while the ball was still fully on the SAS side. So that's a good problem to have if you're a middle, that you can jump high enough to interfere with the ball while it's fully on the other side. SAS out to an early lead, 1-0. Baby float, overpass, dug up by Paul. Chris passes back. Here comes a free ball from Lucius, taken by Jonathan. Middle quick run by TAS. Number 19, once again, Henry. Over the late block by the SAS number 9, middle Adam Brest. Back to serve number 10, Noah for TAS. SAS in a 3-person receive. And we'll see what Henry's jump float looks like. Passed up pretty well by Lucas. Back set to Yotaro. Roll shot down in the middle of the court. Back set by Jonathan. Dug one-handed by Chris. Here comes a free ball to the Taipei Tigers. Let's see if they can convert. They run middle quick again. Adam is late to block. This time Henry goes to his left side. Chris bailed off of his box defensive position, and that left, even though Henry didn't get a full paw on it, he was able to score by giving it enough downward angle. So here's another jump float, passed up by Lucas. Outside set to Paul. Paul goes off the block. Nope, straight out of bounds. So Paul tried to go around the block into the line corner. Paul, of course, a lefty, number 5 there on the far side of your screen. Actually the right side hitter. But in this serve-receive posture, he's hitting from the outside for 1/2 rotation. So once again, serving number 10, Noah, as Taipei takes a 3-1 lead here in the boys' championship final. Deep float serve, drifts out of bounds. Unforced error, really uncharacteristic of Taipei. And back to serve is number 11. This is Yotaro. So passed up by Jonathan. Middle quick run. Once again, this time Lucius is in the right spot, but it goes off his body. 19 Henry quickly checking on Lucius. Of course, Lucius saying, I'm fine. Stay on your side of the net. But great run, great attack. First ball by Jonathan was perfect for that middle quick. So back to serve is number 17, Quinton. So Quinton, baby float, passed up by Yotaro. Eagles run their own middle quick. This time I think Chris, number 3, is in the net. Yotaro's pass probably a little too close to the net for Chris. So uncharacteristic mistake by Chris. Nevertheless, TAS out to a 5-2 lead here as Quinton serves again. Quinton's jump float drifts out of bounds, a little bit too much pepper on it. And back to serve for the Eagles now is none other than number 9, Adam Brest. So TAS girls just crowned IASAS champions again in a great 3-set final against ISKL. The energetic crowd here hoping that the boys can conjure up the same magic. So Adam Brest serves the ball out of bounds. In comes Lucius to replace Adam. Back to serve for number 19 for TAS, that's Henry. So Henry's float passed up by Yotaro. Great coverage by Lucius. Eagles try to run middle quick. Number 15 for Taipei, Ryan, is up high enough to prevent Adrian from hitting the ball straight down. So Adrian chooses to go a little bit deeper in the corner and unfortunately puts the ball out of bounds. So Taipei jumping to an early 7-3 lead. We're 1 point away from the technical timeout. Here's Henry's serve. Another jump float. Passed up, not too crisply by Yotaro. That takes the Taipei lead up to 8-3, 5-point lead. And we're in our first 1-minute technical timeout. So we're going to hear from our fans momentarily. So here we go. Kind of quintessential rematch earlier in the tournament. First match of the tournament, actually. TAS and SAS played in front of a packed home crowd on Thursday morning at 8:30 a.m. TAS eventually losing that match, even though they won the first set, but losing that match in 3 sets. So where we are now is after the culmination of all of the play, we're in the final match of the tournament. Both teams have won their semifinals this morning to earn their spot into this final. And both teams really, really competitive and competitively balanced. Historically balanced as well. I mean, SAS and TAS volleyball rivalry goes back many, many, many years. And you'll notice one of TAS's assistant coaches there, a gentleman wearing the TAS Tigers jacket. That's none other than Mr. Brian Tovey, who's been coaching here at TAS since the 90s. Legendary boys and girls volleyball coach, actually, as well as badminton coach. Brought out of retirement just to help advise Coach Joey Chen, who was one of his players once upon a time. So back to serve here is number 19, that's Henry. Jump float, passed up by Yotaro. That's a perfect pass. Back set to Paul. The right outside block on TAS is late to close, and Paul's able to hit the ball line hard and in. So Eagles side out on a great serve, or on a great pass and great set. Paul Liu steps back to serve. That brings number 3, Chris Sheehan, to the front row. So we're going to see here what TAS is able to do with Paul Liu's jump float. Uncharacteristic mistake serve from Paul Liu. So Eagles have bombed the ball out of bounds 3 times now. And Taipei serving for Taipei now. Backing up is number 8, Kane. So Kane's jump float passed up perfectly by Lucius. Outside set to Yotaro, or excuse me, checked out Lucas. Overpass. Again, overpass twice by Jonathan. So Adrian finally gets the block kill, the dump kill. Uncharacteristic overpass by number 5, Jonathan. Of course, Jonathan, one of the kind of most stable and confident liberos in this tournament. Both he and Lucius last year at the IASAS tournament in Singapore put on a clinic of what libero play looks like. So here, serving for SAS now, number 7, that's Lucas. Baby float drifts over the net. Great dig by Lucius. Here comes a free ball. Let's see if TAS can convert it. There's a good pass by Jonathan. Second man, running a combination. Another free ball combination coming. There's a dump to the Eagles. This time, let's see if the Eagles can convert. Back set to Paul. Paul rolls hands off the block. Tool time for the Eagles. Great defense in the back row by Lucius. And once again, that clinic I was talking to you about seems to be on full display once again. So now back to serve for the Eagles. Once again is number 7, Lucas Bernabe. And back row passing trio for TAS seems to be ready for him. So number 12 for TAS, that's Anderson, able to rip the ball off the Chris Sheehan's hands. You know, when you pass as well as Jonathan just did, Adrian, the SAS middle, is going to be stuck to the middle because the middle on the TAS side is live as a hitter, and that means Anderson's going to be on his own on the outside, which is a really tough ask for the outside, for the right side blocker on Singapore's side. So jump float serve passed up pretty well by SAS. Eagles run a big attack, so here's a middle combo where you run middle quick and back row middle, second tempo. So the TAS blocker, that's number 15, Ryan, was probably on his way down with the middle blocker when Paul hit that back row attack cross court. So mishandled by Jonathan in the back row for TAS. Great pass up by Jonathan, perfect pass, outside set. Here's number 17. Once again, solo with Chris, so that's Quinton going sharp angle off of Chris's hands. And once again, all of that's only possible because of the quality of the first pass from Jonathan, keeping the SAS middle, Adam, stuck in the middle and not able to close on the outside with Chris Sheehan. So here's Lucas's passes up. Paul is going to set. Yotaro's going to go roll shot, blocked up. Adam setting. Unfortunately, Chris goes and rips into the double block of TAS and it goes out of bounds. So Taipei still leading 11-8. But Eagles side out here. After the good block by the Taipei Tigers, the Eagles seem to have conjured up a little bit of middle magic. Where Adam, the middle, chose to set the ball to the right side and let his setter hit into the double block, but score on the tool. So another middle quick combo. Again with Henry running middle. Adam late to get to his hands to the ball. Deflected it a little bit, but not enough to have made it playable by the Eagles back row defense. So 12-8. Number 10 back to serve from Taipei. Of course, this is Noah. Noah jump float over to Lucas. Here, free ball coming for the Tigers. Middle quick, tipped into the bucket. Chris is there with his hands. Unfortunately, puts it into the net. So it looks like Chris left some DNA on the court here, so they're asking for the towel to clean it up. So Chris Sheehan removing all evidence of his effort. Taipei 5-point lead here, leading 13-8. Yotaro and Adam discussing what their game plan is going to be at the net, particularly in terms of blocking sequence. Coach Sean Pang, of course, dressed to kill here, wearing his tie, giving his players some last-minute advice before they're about to receive a serve here from number 10, Noah. So well passed up by Lucius. Back row attack. Yotaro able to get his hands fully on top of it, hit it into the elbows of the TAS block, and that way the block, check that, the ball came down in front of the block. So really important for the outside blockers on both teams not to reach high, but rather press over the net. And Yotaro able to take advantage of the reach and not the press. So there's a good first take. Chris Sheehan is there. Lucius sets outside to Paul. Paul goes off the hands. And that's Quentin's block, number 17, goes out of bounds. So Eagles clawing their way back into this match, still down 10-13, chasing 3 points. Yotaro, nice jump float serve, passed up perfectly by TAS, running middle quick again. This time, Henry not able to get his full hand on it, but nevertheless, the downward angle was enough to make it almost impossible for Lucius to cover. The real problem there actually wasn't the Eagles' defense, but rather the quality of the serve. So if we can't serve TAS tougher than that, they're going to be able to run their combinations like they do on free ball. So Eagles are going to have to spice up their serves a little bit, which will likely result in them hitting some topspin jump serves. Back to serve now, number 6. This is Robert. Passed up by Lucas. Eagles trying to combo over their own. Tip into the pocket, back set by Jonathan. That's Anderson, number 12. He goes off the block and out of bounds. Adam Brest was there, but didn't turn his hands in enough. So once again, back to serve number 6, Robert. Jump float by Robert, passed up by Lucas. Back set to Paul. Paul goes off the hands, dug up by Jonathan. Ooh, back set. Unfortunately, the referee says that Noah mishandled the ball, so that was dirty. Double touch, and the Eagles win the side out. So back to serve here, number 9, Adam Brest for the Eagles. TAS receiving 3 people across. Adam Brest jump float, passed up by Jonathan. Outside set here to number 12. Adam digs the ball pretty effectively. Lucas looking for a tough angle, perhaps being too cute. TAS wins the side out. So 16-11 ball game here. TAS really, really hyped up. Eagles know they're in this match. They just need to string together a series of high-quality play. So Coach Pang and Coach Sun talking over what they think is necessary. TAS really fired up, trying to stay organized, trying to anticipate what the Eagles' attack is going to look like. So once again, the cheering led primarily by parents as opposed to students. Some might call that an indictment of the COVID years, where kids have forgotten to learn or never learned how to be effective cheerleaders. Others might kind of question the commitment and passion of the parents, say it's over the top. Nevertheless, it's a great atmosphere here in the gym. If you're in the Tianmu area, we highly advise you to come join us here in the gym. There's still some bubble tea in the athletics office, I'm told. So if you're listening to this and you're in the area, and you approach Mr. Ron Reduta or Kim Kawamoto with the code word Black Knight, you can win yourself a free bubble tea. So back to serve number 19 here for TAS. Of course, that's Henry. Eagles ready with their three-person receive. Let's see what Henry's got in store for them. Jump float passed up by Yotaro, pretty perfect. Eagles run it quick, but it's dug up by Henry. Outside attack by Anderson. He puts it in the bottom of the net. Now, nothing is better for those of you who are volleyball purists than watching the big man play defense. So shout out to Henry after his jump float for stepping into the box and digging the SAS middle quick perfectly. So back to serve number 5, Paul Liu for the Eagles. Jonathan passes his serve perfectly. Eagles go quick. Adrian goes high off the block. What an incredible dig by Robert. Another dig by Jonathan. Here comes a free ball. Let's see if the Eagles can convert. All right, so Eagles go front row setter dump. And the referee says it's Eagle ball. So that ball lands on the Taipei court, but incredible hustle in the back row by both number 6, Robert, and number 5, Jonathan. Don't expect any less from Jonathan, but what a play by Robert. So here's Paul Liu, number 5. Another baby float. Ooh, this time mishandled by Jonathan. Referee saying that was a lift. Somebody might have called that deep dish pizza. You can't set that low. Reminds me a lot of old school beach volleyball. But you can handle the ball, mishandle it above your head. You can double touch it. You just can't bring it down to your belly button and then throw it back up. So, 16-14 for Taipei. Taipei calls a timeout here. It's only a 30-second timeout, trying to get their team reorganized. Singapore Eagles definitely have some belief going on their side where they're clawing back into this game. Paul Liu's jump float seeming to cause all of the discombobulation on the Taipei side. So we're about to come back from the timeout here. Coach Joey Chen giving his team the last little bits of advice. So Paul Liu serving again, number 5 for the SAS Eagles. Nice little jump float by Paul, passed up pretty well. Outside hit here by Anderson. Anderson goes off of Chris's blocks. Not exactly sure why Adrian wasn't blocking there. That outside set was pretty obvious to almost everybody in the gym, but Adrian still stuck on his spot, and quite honestly, if you're the middle and you're not blocking, you're wrong. So here we go, served by number 8, Kane, coming at the SAS Eagles. So Chris attempts another setter dump. This time Taipei's ready for it. Here's the outside set. Tip into the bucket. Unfortunately, it's out of bounds. Now, Paul Liu got caught there, probably out of position, so it's lucky that ball went out of bounds. But nevertheless, it's an Eagles side out, 15-17. So back to serve is Lucas. That brings Yotaro to the front row. And Taipei receiving back with 3 across. And even though Anderson looks like he's in the receive line here, he's about to step left and not be part of the receive. So passed up by Jonathan. Outside set to Anderson. He wipes it off the outside block of Chris and Adrian and goes out of bounds. And Taipei takes an 18-15 lead. Here's a change coming for Taipei. Number 6, that's Robert, is out. And number 17, of course, that's Quinton back in the game. So Robert doing incredible work in the back row there. Deservedly getting some high fives from his teammates. So serving in the back now is number 12, Anderson. He goes cross court, well passed by Lucas. Chris tries a setter's dump. That's no good. Adrian's there for the block. So unfortunately, Ryan with the middle quick, not as effective. Now here's the problem with the middle quick is if the opposite middle reads it perfectly and the set's a little bit too tight, you basically put him in a phone booth. There's not a single thing the middle can do with that ball. So what the TAS setter needs to remember is either to push the ball off the net to give his hitter corner options or to run it in a deceptive sense. So here's Adrian's top spin jump serve, passed perfectly. Outside set to number 17. That's Quinton, just came on the court, remember? And he goes high off the block, and Paul unable to pick it up. So 3-point lead for the Taipei Tigers. Jonathan steps out. Henry steps back in. Back to serve is number 15. That's Ryan. So So Coach Pang giving Adrian just a little bit of last-minute cues. And here comes the serve. So easy jump float, passed up by Lucas, outside to Yotaro. This time Henry had him lined up perfectly. It was probably a little bit too tight for Yotaro's liking, but nevertheless, there was no middle deception, and Henry was able to jump out to the outside. So 30-second timeout here taken by the Eagles, chasing 4. Taipei 20, Singapore 16. We're in the first set of the IASAS championship game. Shout out to all of the fans tuning in from faraway places, including Woodlands in Singapore. A special shout out to those fans sitting on the sofa at 5 Oakwood Grove. You know who you are. And also shout out to some of the university friends we have, right? Lots of former TAS and SAS players tuning in live from North America right now at university. It's 8 a.m. on Saturday morning. Likely you wish you were still sleeping. Nevertheless, you've tuned in live to this game, so shout out to you, especially if you're on the West Coast in Canada. That makes it probably 5 a.m. on a Saturday morning. You gotta love IASAS if that's you. Because I remember being a college freshman myself and never seeing 5 a.m. in my life. So here we go, back to serve for Taipei, number 15, Ryan. Jump float by Ryan. Oh, that's not at all what Coach Pang drew up. So he put that serve just in front of the 3 receivers, which is not at all what Coach Pang would have liked. So Taipei taking a commanding 5-point lead here with 4 to go in the first set. So Lucas's pass probably too flat and too far forward. Chris called for a lift. Referees will tolerate that one-handed play by a setter if it's above the net, but not if it's any lower than the top of the table. So once again, number 15, Ryan serving. Not an exceptionally difficult serve, but effective. So really uncharacteristic miscommunication by the Eagles, but great serve by Ryan. He dropped that exactly on the end line. So the ball drifted over the shoulders of both Lucas and Paul and dropped on the line behind him. Historically, that used to be called a hubby wife serve because it dropped between the husband or 2 people, both of them looking at each other and blaming each other for it. Eagles out of rotation. Unfortunately, Lucas and Lucius caught on the wrong side of each other in the overlap. So the referee saying that Lucius needs to be in the middle and Lucas needs to be on the side. So front row right now is actually Chris 3, Adam 9, and Yotaro 11. So one thing that has to be true here is at 11, Yotaro actually has to be in front of Lucius. So here's a pass up in the air. It's set point. Let's see what Yotaro does with it. Roll shot, passed up by 15. He's the server. Outside set. Bomb down the line. And the Eagles save the ball miraculously. After an incredible line dig by Chris, a save by Yotaro, and then none other than Lucius running all over the court like a vacuum cleaner. Big time love for number 4, the libero for SAS. Taipei partying way too soon, partying like it's 1999, and it definitely was not. Nevertheless, Taipei still has 7 set points here, and they convert the first one. So big shout out to Henry, who runs the middle quick and puts it in the left box. So making up for the quick, short lapse in judgment. So Taipei winning the first set and switching sides. So here we are in the interval between the first and second set. Really strange circumstance of events here. We got a bunch of people jumping all over the court. Two of them forgivable because they're TAS students. Referees are going to say nobody should be on the court. Here's a quick announcement coming. So fans going bananas here, which is great. It's exactly the atmosphere you want. Once again, for those of you who are Taipei fans here in Tianmu, make sure you can get to this gym in time to experience this atmosphere. If you're tuning in, the code word to share with Coach Kawamoto or Coach Reduta for a free bubble tea is Black Knight. So 30 seconds to go here until we start the second set. Taipei leading 1-0. Some good volleyball played by both sides. So coming back momentarily here with the second set of the IASAS championship game. So here we go, back to the second set of the IASAS championship game between TAS and SAS. Got a great game of volleyball ahead of you. So here we go, back to serve for TAS. This is number 15, Ryan M. And Eagles ready to receive here. We're at 0-0 in the second set. We've had a great weekend of volleyball, and at this point, the boys' championship game is not disappointing. No, good pass up by Lucas. Middle set, not high enough for Adrian, telling Chris, I need that a little bit higher. But nevertheless, number 19 for TAS, Henry, was there all the way. So back to serve for TAS, number 15, the second serve, leading 1-0. Good enough pass by Lucas to do something there. And Henry puts it, check that. Ryan puts his second serve into the net. So now back to serve is number 3, Chris Sheehan. And receiving for TAS, 3 across. Anderson, Jonathan, and Kane. So here comes a free ball from TAS, uncharacteristic. Let's see if the Eagles can convert. So Chris elects to set the back set, so that's a 72. So relatively second tempo on the backside to Paul Liu. Paul able to tip it off the hands of Quinton out of bounds. TAS imploring the referee to say that we never touched it, it touched the net. But referee saying, yes it did. Now Chris's serve, baby jump float into the net. So probably trying to be a little too cute with his serve. Chris has actually had some success this tournament with his top spin jump serve. We'll see if he breaks that out a little bit later in the game. So back to serve number 10. Here's Noah. Jump float by Noah, passed up by Lucas. Lucas probably not as crisp with his serving receive as he'd like. Dug up by Chris, middle quick to Henry. Paul going for a roll shot. There's Jonathan. So high ball set, and Quinton rips it high off the hands. Lucas, the SAS last man, should probably be playing out of bounds on a team like this because of the number of ball contacts that will come off the block and stay and go way deep in this gym. So another jump float here. Lucas's first pass is pretty flat. Paul's got a tip. He goes right past an outside blocker. That's number 8, Kane, and puts the ball right on the logo. So back to serve number 11. This is Yotaro. Yotaro, of course, part of the SAS championship team last year, except he did not play in IASAS because of an injury he had sustained during the season. So eager to prove himself this IASAS his senior year. All right, so here's another example of a middle quick being too tight to the net. Adrian, the SAS blocker, being right there, number 15. That puts Henry, regardless of how good Henry is, in a phone booth, and there's no way out for Henry. So back to serve is Yotaro. So Jonathan passes that ball up. Back set by Quentin. That goes off the hands here. Both Lucas and Adrian demonstrating what's called the Eagle Way by signaling to the referee that they touched it. So Spirit of IASAS alive and well here, even in the championship game. Both teams really competing as hard as they can, but not wanting to take unearned points from each other. And the ball knows. So as Quentin steps back and bombs the ball out of bounds, the cosmic circle that is volleyball karma comes to a complete close. Now back to serve number 15, Adrian. Adrian, great topspin jump serve, of course, passed perfectly by Jonathan. The middle quick there set by number 10, Noah, is ripped straight down by number 19, Henry. Adrian was there to block it, but that ball went right beside his arms. So great first ball by Jonathan, number 5. A lot of people are celebrating the hitters here, but not a lot of people are celebrating the libs. Here comes Henry, number 19. Drops the ball on the end line. So 1 point game here, 6-5 for the Tigers, as the Eagles get ready to receive Henry's second serve. So here's Henry's second serve, passed up perfectly by Paul. Eagles can run something here. Paul goes by himself. Both blockers are late because Adam was live in time. So the Taipei front row blocker in the middle, Ryan, had to stay in the middle for a split second and then close on the right side. Too late. Paul Liu rips the ball down the line. So 6-6 ball game here as Paul steps back to serve himself. Let's see if the Tigers can conjure up something. So great serve, great pass. Taipei running second tempo, but blocked out there by Chris by himself. Here's another high ball, triple block, double block, check that. Still snuck through the block, so Adam might have been late closing on that. That left Lucius all by himself to defend the cross-court power angle, which is almost impossible to defend at this point. You got to be standing in the right spot. It's unlikely to be able to make a diving play on a ball that somebody hits as hard as they can. So back to serve number 8 for Taipei. Here's Kane again. Jump float passed up to Paul. Eagles a little bit out of system. Paul tries a roll shot, drops it in the opposite corner. So Taipei sucking up too far to the net, leaving their last man too shallow. Your last player's got to be hovering, and for those of you watching in this court, your last player's got to be at least on the basketball free throw line, so in that yellow sliver of the court. If you're playing any shallower than that, you're too shallow. So over to serve here is number 7. This is Lucas Hilderbernabe. Jump float passed up perfectly by Jonathan. Second tempo ball to the outside. Paul's there, plays it up in the air. Lucas plays it back to him. Paul's going to free ball it. The free balls it, sets it into the net. So Taipei takes an 8-7 lead into the first technical timeout. We've got ourselves a good ball games here, folks. Definitely side out, back to back, or end-to-end volleyball. We're not seeing a lot of long rallies, which is pretty prototypical of boys volleyball. Generally speaking, you don't see long rallies because boys are able to attack the ball pretty effectively over the height of the net and have downward angle. So generally speaking, any rally that crosses the net more than 3 times is considered a long rally in boys volleyball. And the key to that actually has got to be putting pressure on with your serve. Because if you just send an easy serve over that ends up being a free ball, the receiving team is always going to be able to convert that. And so you got to put just enough pressure with your serve that the receiving team is immediately out of system and that you're able to then take, as a serving team, receive a free ball of your own, which you can convert on the second net crossing. So there you go, folks. A little bit of volleyball 101 from an armchair quarterback while we wait for the 1-minute timer to buzz. As if on cue, the 1-minute timer buzzes. And the Eagles are now ready to play. Taipei Tigers ready to play. Back to serve is number 17, Quentin. So number 12, Anderson, going back to serve. So back to serve, number 12, Anderson. Eagles ready in their 3-person receive. Yotaro's here on the outside, on the bottom of your screen. Adam's in the middle, and Chris is in the front row. pretty good pass up by the outside Lucas to Yotaro. He goes high off the hands. I'll say it again, folks. Once again, number 12, Anderson, was probably too shallow into the court, right? So the moment of contact here on the outside, Anderson was probably about not the free throw line, check that, the three-point line, or maybe the top of the circle there, and he should have been back about 2 steps. Of course, Anderson knows this. He's just getting caught up in the moment, right? Everybody's fired up about playing in the championship game. So here's about to be a 4th contact. Taipei just lets it bounce. Eagles jump to their first lead of the match here, folks. So 9-8 Eagles. And first time that they've been ahead in a minute. So here's Adam Brest back to serve. He's the middle. The other middle is Adrian in the front row now. So good enough serve by Adam. Setter's on the run here. Roll shot coming from Quentin. That's passed up pretty well by Lucas. Back set to Paul. He's in the back row. Here comes a free ball from the Taipei Tigers. See if SAS can convert it. It's exactly what the Eagles want. Middle quick, dug incredibly well by Anderson. What a great dig he made. Another middle quick, this time blocked very effectively. Somebody's under the net. Oh, they deemed that a double contact. So some people have opinions about the referee's political inclinations. Generally speaking, they hold our players to a very high standard of volleyball. So if anything looks like an unclean contact, the referees are quick to stop the game. So now 9-9 ball game. Back to serve is 15 for TAS. That's Ryan. So Ryan's jump float passed up by Paul. Lucas passes it up here. Yotaro goes line shot. Dug again by Anderson, playing one-handed volleyball back there. And Quentin bombs the ball way out of bounds. So Anderson putting on a clinic of one-handed defense back there. So now back to serve number 3, Chris Sheehan. Let's see if Chris unleashes his top spin jump serve here. Nope. So overpass. And immediately punished by Adrian. So a middle's best friend, check that, a server's best friend is an active middle. And we all try to teach our middles to be net bullies. So anytime our servers can put enough pressure on a team that they can overpass it, we want our middles smoking that ball. So here we go, folks. We got an 11-9 ball game. Eagles leading by 2. Taipei needing a little bit of a composure breather here. You'll notice great atmosphere here in the gym once again, folks. If you're a Taipei American School fan living in the Tianmu area, your assignment is to hop on your scooter and get here to school. I'm told there's plenty of parking for those scooters. So parking, there's no cost to park. And there's plenty of seating in the gym, and the atmosphere is electric. So we'd love to have you, if you could be here, to join these fans in cheering on what is turning out to be an incredibly balanced and competitive boys volleyball championship game. So here's a free ball coming from Taipei. Mishandled serve there. Let's see if the Eagles can convert it. So once again, the perfect pass and Adrian running on time means Henry has to stay home in the middle, which puts Yotaro on his own on the outside, which is big trouble if that ball gets past the outside pin, or to the outside pin, which it did. So high-powered volleyball from both teams here. Another jump float, passed up perfectly by Jonathan, middle quick. So Chris is probably rethinking whether or not he should have served Jonathan on that one. His serve is tough enough as it is. However, that passer on Jonathan, number 5 in the white shirt, too talented to not pass a jump float perfectly. So here's another serve from number 10 for Taipei. Yotaro goes cross court after the Eagles convert Noah's serve. So the Eagles lead 13-10 with Yotaro stepping back to serve for Singapore. And that brings Lucas to the front row. So Noah here, number 10, senior setter, entering from the right back area. Overpass, dug up by Jonathan. Here comes another free ball. Let's see if the Eagles can convert it. Paul passes it up. Paul passes it up. Adrian runs middle quick. That holds the middle blocker once again, just for a split second. Chris sets it back to Paul. No deception there, really, because he was facing the right side, but Paul able to use the block and go out of bounds. So here's Yotaro's second serve. Eagles leading 14-10. So high ball pass by Quentin, middle quick. Henry's high in the air. It goes by Adrian's hand. So Adrian in the right spot. Check that. Adrian's timing is right, but his hands were wrong. So now back to serve is number 6, Robert, who's come in for Quentin. So Robert, of course, the senior who in this first set made a couple of brilliant diving plays. Here's his jump float. Passed up by Lucas. Outside to Lucas, running a go ball. Lucas able to push it to the back row. Adrian through the block. Lucius sets it, roll shot by Paul. Here's an outside set to Anderson off the hands. Yotaro passes it up. Referee saying Chris touched the net. So referee saying Chris touched the net. Chris saying I didn't touch the net. I know how this story ends. The story ends with the referee being right. It's a little bit like arguing with your partner. All right, here we go. Another serve here by Robert, number 6. Somebody's out of rotation once. So Eagles confused about what the referee is saying. So Chris, the captain, is the only player who's actually allowed to talk with the referee. So the referee is probably saying you can't move until he touches the ball, if he's calling Chris out of rotation. If, however, he's calling Adrian misaligned with Paul, we might be talking about something entirely different. So Paul likely translating so that the referee can make himself fully understood in Chinese. Regardless of how this debate ends, it's still going to end with TAS serving at SAS and a lost point for the Eagles. Check that, a point for Taipei. Meanwhile, the 4 SAS players trying to implore each other. Here, Paul feels like he understands it. So here we go, 3 across the back for SAS. Yotaro, Lucas, and Lucius. Robert still serving for Taipei. Brought them all the way back from down 3. Lucius passes the ball a little bit too tight. One-handed sets it a little bit too tight. And Adrian unable to get it over the net and straight into the hands of Henry, waiting at the net. So tie ball game here, 14-14. Eagles seemingly losing a little bit of composure here. The momentum fully back on Taipei's side. So Eagles need a effective pass to get themselves out of this conundrum. Or they need a missed serve. So unfortunately, Robert's serve hits the aerial. So it looked like it bounced in, but as you can see, the net is wiggling a lot and the antenna is wiggling a lot. So back to serve number 15 for TAS, check that, for SAS, that's Adrian. Eagles leading 15-14. So a good pass up by Noah on the top spin jump serve. So Henry tips onto the block of Adam. Unfortunately, nobody there to pick up that tip off the hands. Adam doing a good job of getting up in the air early. So here's Henry, number 19, back to serve. 15-15 in the first, check that, in the second set. So passed up by Lucas. Outside set by Adrian. So check that, outside set to Anderson by Noah. Anderson hits the ball off the block, 16-15. Here comes a 1-minute technical timeout. So we got a great game going back and forth here between the Eagles and the Tigers. Taipei seems to have a little bit of the momentum right now. But this is a sport of fickle momentum. A single great play, a single great serve, a single block, and things could change pretty dramatically. So a good time to shout out the athletic department here at Taipei American School for putting on a world-class tournament. Shout out Kim Kawamoto, athletic director, and her team, including Ron Reduta and others. We've had a great weekend of volleyball here, a great weekend of cross country. The TAS community has been nothing but outstanding in their hospitality. The atmosphere here in the gym right now is electric, as you can hear. Both teams really fired up to play each other. Lots of balance, lots of competitiveness. And we're about to get into the second half of the second set with the Eagles down by 1. So Taipei serving, leading 16-15. In the back top left of your screen, you're going to see Henry, number 19, holding the ball. He's going to be our server once we get going again. So back to serve for Taipei is number 19, that's Henry. Jump float by Henry, passed up perfectly by Yutaro. Outside set to Lucas. Lucas goes tight angle over number 8. That's Kane. So Lucas, of course, great leaping ability. Was up and over and able to hit a sharp enough angle that's undefendable, really, by Taipei. So tie ball game, 16-16. Back to serve is Paul. He's a lefty right side. And Paul puts his serve into the net. So uncharacteristic mistake by Paul Liu. Don't see that a lot from him. Nevertheless, this is a pressure-filled moment, and it's a tough match here. So back to serve, composing himself is number 8, Kane. And the Eagles resetting their serve receive. So once again, serve hitting the antenna. I'll tell you this, folks, if we got into a gym for practice and I told you to serve and hit the antenna twice in a row, you'd probably not be able to do it by serving for 2 hours. And now we have seen Taipei American School serve and hit the antenna twice in a row, which is almost unbelievable for those of you who understand this game. All right, back to serve number 7, Lucas for SAS. Okay, well passed enough by Robert. Anderson looking to do something with it. Eagles looking to convert. Here's Paul Liu out of the back row. Roll shot, probably out of bounds. Taipei side out. So 17-18. TAS leading here. Anderson, number 12, back to serve. Anderson, of course, captain of TAS, alongside Noah, the setter. So 10 and 12 are your senior captains. For the Eagles, captains are 3 and 5. All right, so there's a nice enough pass to the outside. And this time, number 10, Noah, has Yutaro perfectly lined up and able to block his attack sharp cross. So Taipei taking a 2-point lead here. This might be all the separation they need, because if we play side-out volleyball the rest of the way, Taipei is going to win this 25-23. So back to serve Anderson. Oh, Anderson puts the ball on the line. Sideline referee with the flag says that was in. And we have a timeout taken by Sean Pang from SAS. So here's a critical moment coming up here for the Eagles. Down 3 with Taipei in the 20s. The Taipei fans here, of course, smell blood. And they're going to look to encourage their team to go up and over the Eagles here and win this second set. Also a good time to shout out the incredible team in the athletic training staff for Taipei. This staff has been unbelievable this weekend with the cross-country race and the volleyball tournament. Top shelf work, as always, from the medical teams here at our various IASAS schools. But these guys have been incredible. Of course, led by head athletic trainer Caleb. All right, so here's number 12, Anderson. Jump float. Paul mishandles it. Lucius tries to play it one-handed. The referee says that's a lift. So now we have a 4-point spread here, 21-17. That can't be how Coach Sean Pang wanted them to come out of the timeout. Eagles looking to compose themselves here. Better than... Eagles can definitely play a little bit better volleyball than they have been for the last few points, but Anderson putting pressure on them with a tough serve. There's Paul's perfect pass. Let's see if the Eagles can run something. So Paul Liu runs back row onto the right side. TAS digs it up. Let's see if Eagles can run something here. So Eagles try to go 31, so that's beat quick instead of middle quick right at the setter's belly. You run the same quick tempo about 3 feet away from them at the bottom edge of this blue circle with the tiger on it. And unfortunately, that ball drifted out of Adams' reach. And Yutaro unable to do anything with it to put it over the net. So 22-17 for the Taipei Tigers, 5-point lead. Anderson still putting a lot of pressure on the Eagles' back row. Chris is in the net on Paul Liu's overpass, so 23-17. So Eagles looking to calm themselves here. Likely acknowledging that winning this set is going to be steep and that they're going to try to generate some positive momentum to get into the third set. So they want to start with an effective pass, want to run have a nice set and run an effective combination here to try and be able to score and side out and generate positive energy going into the third set. So Yutaro goes smart down the line and a kind of half hit, not a roll shot, but definitely not full blast. He goes off the blocker's head. Anderson unable to swing across and dig it. So Eagles down 18-23. Have a little bit of life in them. So Adam's going to try to extend that with a tough-ish serve. So passed pretty well by Anderson. Outside set here to Quinton. Quinton goes cross court. And Taipei 1 point away. So Taipei players and fans definitely smell blood here at set point here in the second set. So 24-18 for Taipei. So there's the jump float, passed up by Paul. That's an overpass. Chris going to play it. And Chris touches the net, so Taipei wins the second set. All right, friends, here we are back for the third set of the boys' championship volleyball game. TAS, of course, trying to complete the quadruple gold, having won the boys and girls cross-country meet and the girls volleyball final. So boys trying here up 2-0 against Singapore American School, trying to effectively score or win this match, this set, such that they are the IASAS champions for 2024. So, back to serve for SAS number 3. This is Chris, the setter. Taipei ready to receive. There's the top spin jump serve by Chris. Outside set. Anderson goes cross court. That's Lucius who digs it. Here's Yotaro. He goes off speed off the block. Eagles jump to a 1-0 lead. Now back to serve again, Chris. See what he does with his service choice. Again, top spin jump coming. Unfortunately, puts it out of bounds. So high risk, high reward. Back to serve number 10. This is Noah, the setter and captain. His jump float over the net. Passed up by Lucas. Back set. Referee's going to say that was a double. So once again, the referee's pretty finicky about the quality of the balls they require, the quality of the sets they require. No doubt that ball spun out of Chris's hands. So unfortunate for Chris at this moment, but nevertheless a high quality call by the referee. Oh, there's an ace serve by Noah. So that looked like a jump float that was drifting out of bounds and at the last minute dropped in, which tends to happen with jump float serves. Predictably or unpredictable direction of movement with the float serve when you hit it effectively. So Noah, great serve. Taipei jumping to an early 3-1 lead here. So Paul Liu passing that up to perfectly to Chris. Ball was probably too low for Adrian. Chris acknowledges it, but Adrian's still able to conjure up some magic. So back to serve now, number 11, Yotaro for the Eagles. Eagles chasing 2-1. Yotaro serve to Quinton. It's going to result in a free ball. Yotaro's picked it up. Eagles go back set to Paul. Paul drills it down the line. Once again, Quinton late to close to the outside. Chris made it a very deceptive set to get Paul the ball. So Eagles 3, Taipei 3. Good enough pass up. Two blockers on Henry and on 19 in the middle because of the quality of that pass. And as a result, number 17, Quentin, hitting with no block. At this level, any varsity boys volleyball player should be able to score with no block against him. So here's Quentin's jump float, passed up by Lucius. Okay, Eagles looking to do something here. So Adrian saying, I should have had more of that. Chris was in the right spot, just unable to convert it because of the power and speed of that hit. So great hit by number 19, Henry. And back to serve, leading 5-3 is Quentin. Lucius incredibly court aware there to duck under that ball. So that ball was going out of bounds over Lucius's head. Once again, small in height, Lucius, number 4 for the Eagles, but huge in heart. Okay, back to serve number 15, Adrian. Also top spin serve. Mishandled by Jonathan. You don't see that very often. Here comes a free ball from Taipei. Let's see if the Eagles can convert. Once again, late to close on the right side because of the effective pass and because of the middle number 19 staying home. So back to serve for the Eagles, leading or tied 5-5 now. Oh, Adrian squirts one over the net. So rips his top spin jump serve at the top of the tape, and it rolls over and in. So Joey Chen, Coach Joey Chen from Taipei has seen enough. Calls a little bit of a timeout just to mess with Adrian's timing and tempo. So back to serve at 6-5. Eagles lead is number 15, Adrian. Coach Joey Chen has given his team enough advice here. See how Taipei reacts to this topspin jump serve. And passed up by Anderson. Here comes a free ball for SAS. Let's see if they can convert it. So Paul passes it up. Outside set is tight. Comes off the hands of Henry. Unfortunately, as Henry is dropping, unable to do anything, make a volleyball play on that. And so ends up carrying the ball or lifting it. So Adrian now back, still leading 7-5. Substitution made, Quentin comes out. Robert goes in, and Adrian continues to jump topspin. Overpass, passed up by Adrian. Here comes an outside ball. Let's see if the Tigers can convert. A nice dig by Adrian. The big man can play defense. Here's Yotaro, unfortunately too cute, sets it into the net. So, all things considered, strange unforced error on the easiest play of the whole rally. But nevertheless, back to serve is Henry. Referee says your shoe is untied, son. So Henry just tying up his shoes here while the Eagles await his serve. So Henry back to serve. Eagles ready to side out. Jump float. Lucius passes the ball up. Chris out to the attack line. Sets it to Lucas. Oh, mishandled. Oh, we're playing creative volleyball now. So the referee, again, holding the technical line, prevents both Henry's deep dish pizza and Robert's one-handed volleyball from being permissible. So here we go, back to serve. Oh, check that. We are now in the technical timeout. 8-6. Good a time as any to do a little shout out for the TAS PTA. This audio recording, or the audio equipment that I'm speaking into right now, was generously offered to the Taipei American School live stream coordinator through the donations from the TAS PTA. So shout out TAS PTA. Shout out the TAS live stream staff, right, led by Mr. Openshaw. World-class broadcasting this weekend here from Taipei. Excellent work by the student groups at the table behind us. First-class work from the students, both switching the camera feeds and manning the various camera feeds. Wish I could say the same for the quality of the broadcasting, of the commentary, but the quality of the behind-the-scenes camera work and camera switching is first class. So back to serve number 5 for SAS. That's Paul Liu. Taipei ready. The Eagles ready. Referee is ready. Here we go. All right, so nice back set there by Noah. Ripped along the right side by number 8, Kane. We're coming on 8:45 p.m. here in Taipei. Of course, that's way past the bedtime of Everett, Bernadette, and Violet, so unlikely that they're still watching the game. Passed up pretty well by Yotaro. Chris sets it back to Paul Liu. Paul tries a roll shot. Goes out of bounds, so too tough an angle for Paul. Taipei back into it, 8-8. So back to serve number 8 for Taipei. Of course, this is Kane. Hey, so Kane drops another hubby wipe in between Yotaro and Lucius. Lucius drifting away from the ball. Yotaro not calling it early. Key factor here is getting a name on it basically at point of contact. If you want the ball to have an owner that you're receiving, you want that ball to have an owner before the ball crosses the net. So there's an overpass by Lucius. You don't see that very often. Taipei running to the outside. Number 12, Anderson, hits the ball off of number 3's hands. Here's another timeout from Singapore American School. So back to game situation here. We got a 10-8 lead for Taipei. So Taipei taking back all the momentum. with effective serving by number 8, who's still standing at the line. That's Kane. Eagles unable to do anything with his tough serve. One was an ace between the two back row defenders. The other one was an overpass by the lib. So long as Taipei is able to put this much pressure on the Eagles, that the Eagles can't attack on their serve receive, Taipei's in the driver's seat, and this game is going to be over before we know it. So back to serve now, once again, Kane, number 8. Eagles come to the court. Coach Sean Pang giving Chris some last-minute instructions. So back to serve, Kane, number 8. Jonathan, the lib for Taipei, giving his front row some last-minute blocking instructions. Here's the serve. Passed up by Yotaro. Outside set to passed up again. Okay, here's tip volleyball, so let's see if TAS can convert. Anderson going cross-court off of Lucius's hands. So Taipei really feeling the mojo now. I think these fans smell a gold medal. So Eagles imploring each other to find it again. So back to serve here, number 8, Kane. Passed up by Yotaro. Shoot set, tipped over the block. Kane is there. Outside set by Noah. Here's Anderson. Off the hands, blocked up by Jonathan. Roll shot dug up by Yotaro. Middle quick by the Eagles. Defended by Jonathan. Outside set again. Anderson goes into the net. So really high level volleyball back and forth there. You can see both teams really trying to take a bite out of each other. But in the end, it's only Anderson's net hit that ends the rally. So of course none of that intentional. Just the tempo of the game is so fast. So back to serve number 7. This is Lucas. That brings Yotaro 11 to the front row. Ladies and gentlemen, we've seen a miracle. In the last 15-20 minutes, we have seen this aerial here, right in front of the referee, get hit 3 times by a serve. That's unbelievable. Twice by Taipei in the second set, now once by SAS in the third set. Lucas comes out, number 7 comes out for a breather. In comes number 8, that's Miggy. Miggy also a senior for SAS and an outside hitter. General rule of thumb here in volleyball is you serve the new guy. Let's see if Anderson follows that rule. Great pass by Miggy, first great serve. Yotaro goes off the hands and through the block. But Miggy passes that ball perfectly. So Anderson did his job, but so he got to give Miggy his credit, and he passed that ball perfectly. So Eagles still chasing 2, down 10-12 as Adam Brett steps back to serve for Singapore. Adams' jump float almost rolls over the net, but unfortunately stays on the Eagles' side. So Taipei win that ball back 10-13. So back to serve here is 15. Jump float, passed up by Paul. So running an outside shoot set, probably too tight to the net. And not a lot of deception there because the double block was there even on a first tempo outside set. So if I'm Chris, I'm rethinking some of my decisions recently. Hopefully the Eagles can conjure up something here before the game gets away from them. Down by 4 with 14-10. So passed up pretty well by Paul. Let's see if the high outside set happens. Yotaro tries to go off the hands. And number 19, Henry, touched the ball. So Yotaro's hand attack, so tool time effective. And Eagles now back to serve. Number 3, Chris Sheehan, looking to serve with Eagles chasing 11-14. So top spin jump serve, passed up by Anderson. Ooh. Number 17, Quinton went to tip it, but that ball had already sailed past the antenna. So his tip went outside the antenna, and the sideline referee waved his flag. So Eagles now chasing only 2. Chris once again with his top spin jump serve. Passed up by Anderson. Here's Quinton's roll shot. That's dug up perfectly by Lucius. Somebody's in the net. That's number 19, Henry. So uncharacteristic error by Henry. He's probably too eager to get his hands on that block. So back to serve here is number 3, Chris Sheehan. So dug up almost perfectly by the lib. Outside set to Quentin. Off the hands. Eagles cover it. Dug up again. And this time, Henry's on top of the ball. So it looks like there might have been knee-to-knee contact under the net. No, we don't have timeout. So Adrian, looks like something happened under the net for Adrian. Substitution coming. Guy Stanley, number 6, coming onto the court. Guy, of course, a fan favorite here. So Guy oriented on the court now. Let's see how how Adrian's doing over there on the bench, number 15. I think he just needs a minute. So number 10 back to serve. This is Noah, senior captain. And number 6, Guy Stanley, part of the dynamic duo. Guy and Adam both came to the volleyball program this year. An unlucky play by Chris. Trying to have the first pass shanked by Miggy. So Taipei definitely feeling the juice now. Leading 16-13 in the third set. So exciting game here in the third set. Taipei still leading 16-13. Eagles look like they had a little bit of momentum back with Chris Sheehan's serve, but middle play by Henry proving to be too tough for the Eagles to cope with. Number 10, Noah, still back waiting for his service chance. As the Eagles didn't actually call this timeout to mess with the server's temp rhythm. This is just a 16-13 technical timeout. Strange to leave your server out there for a whole minute, standing by themselves. So back to serve Noah, number 10. Eagles trying to get organized here. Guy Stanley, middle front. Adrian not yet ready to come onto the court. So we'll see what happens here when Noah serves the ball. Noah's baby float passed up by Miggy, not effective enough. Guy Stanley, ladies and gentlemen. Super sub, number 6. Number 6 on the court, number 1 in your heart, super sub Guy Stanley. Running an effective middle quick, fresh off the bench. Not having played any volleyball in 2.5 sets, stone cold. Comes on the court and makes an immediate impact for the Eagles. So back to serve number 11, this is Yotaro. Dirty. Yotaro's foot over the line, unfortunately. Referee was there to see it. It was probably also out of bounds on the far side, so Eagles still chasing 3, down 14-17. Back to serve is Robert. Robert's in for Quentin. So senior number 6 here, back to serve for Taipei. So once again, a little bit too quick on the outside. Anderson jumping away from his middle. One of the things you got to teach your outside blockers to do is actually set the block and not drift. The minute the outside blocker drifts, the middle blocker could never catch up to him and leaves an open gap. So, super sub, Guy Stanley having done his job with aplomb, APLOMB. Back out of the court, and in is Adrian Chen here to serve. So here's number 15. Baby float by Adrian Chen, passed up perfectly by Jonathan. Middle quick attack, both twins, so running 51-61 combination. And unfortunately, Adrian not able to dig it up. So back to serve with a 3-point lead, 18-15 is Henry, number 19. So Eagles need a big time stop and a momentum flip here, or there's some trouble ahead for the red team. Here's a good pass by Lucius, outside set by Chris. That's Miggy, goes off the hands. Robert is there, outside, or back set coming. Roll shot, but Yotaro's not there for it. So number 8 From Taipei, the right side, Kane hits that ball effectively around the block and into the gap on the court. It wasn't full speed for Kane, but it was effective enough. So 19-15 here for Taipei. Fans definitely smelling blood in the water. So Lucius passes the ball back, goes out backwards. Back set to Paul. Paul doesn't put enough topspin on it, so that ball drifts out of bounds at a sharp angle. So this time he went outside. The block was too far down the line. The cross-court hit by Paul, ineffective. So here we go, Taipei 5 points away. Fans definitely smelling blood, trying to get their tunnel celebration organized here. Whereas SAS Eagles looking to find a little bit of magic on one play. All right, so here we go. Henry still serving for Taipei, leading 20-15. Singapore fans imploring the Singapore team to summon up some magic. Here comes Henry's jump float. Passed up by Yotaro, not a great pass. Here comes a free ball by Miggy. Referee's gonna say that's a double contact. Miggy's incredulous, but once again, the referees have been holding everybody to a very high standard this weekend, particularly tonight. So Eagles down 6 here. Taipei really feeling it right now. Let's see if Singapore American School can do something to get out of this rally. So good pass up by Miggy on a very tough serve. Outside set to Miggy. Goes through the block, dug up by Henry. Back set over there to Kane. Blocked on the Taipei side. Here's a roll shot, again dug up. Oh, unfortunately Adam is just under it. And as a result of him being under it, that ball drifts out of bounds. So as if they're tempting fate, the Taipei fans are seriously already organizing their tunnel. Back to serve is Henry. And he puts that ball into the tape. So Eagles here, kind of desperation mode. Paul Liu steps back to serve. Eagles front row is Miggy, Adam, and Chris. Lucius in the back row with Yotaro and Paul. And Eagles doing everything they can to stay alive in this match. Seems to be some precipitation on the court. Once again, somebody left their DNA here. And Taipei working together to make sure that DNA gets cleared up. So Taipei Tigers definitely feeling their juice right now. Here's Paul Liu's jump float. Passed up by Robert, set to the outside by Jonathan. Dug up by Lucius, that ball's out of bounds. And saved by Chris. Oh, Chris can't go under the net. Yeah. So the ball that was overpassed by Lucius didn't go on the inside of the antenna. It went on the outside of the antenna. So it was already out the minute it crossed the antenna. So Taipei definitely feeling it now, up 23-16. There's a great pass by Paul, outside set. Here's Miggy going high off the hands. Eagles still alive. So 17-23. It's not impossible, but it's a steep mountain to climb. Taipei already on the Hillary step. They can smell gold. Eagles doing everything they can to hold off Taipei's destiny. So here's Miggy's serve. Passed pretty well by Kane. Here comes a free ball. Paul Liu sets the ball up. Chris attacks in too. Roberts' great effort out there by the sideline, ineffective. So Eagles claw one back. Taipei still leading 23-18. So back to serve is Miggy, number 8. Taipei ready to receive here. You'll watch Anderson step out of the passing lane. So nice take by Robert. Little quick running. Adam was there. Chris going forward in 2 again. This time Anderson read it perfectly. Timeout for Taipei. So Taipei still definitely in the driver's seat here, but the momentum does seem to be shifting to the red side. So back to serve here is going to be Miggy for the Eagles. He's done a real yeoman's job serving back here. For those of you who don't know, that's an expression that dates back to the old sailing days, where your yeoman is a crew member who always goes above and beyond the call of duty. So back to serve Miggy, number 8. Of course, he's the sub in for Lucas, number 7. Doing a great job living up to his billing as super sub. So referee's now ready. So easy jump float, passed up by Robert. Outside set here to Anderson. Anderson goes off the hands. Once again, the back row player in the 6 back cannot be any closer than the back line. So the Eagles telling each other how much they love each other. They know they're facing arguably an impossible climb right here, but it doesn't have to be on this point. That's probably one thing they're telling each other. Taipei may win this, but they don't have to win it right now. So let's see what Anderson does with his serve at match point for the IASAS championship. Jump float, passed up by Miggy. Back set to Adam. 61 combination, Adam goes off the hands. And so now Eagles got to play perfect volleyball for a while. So back to serve is number 9, Adam Brest. Adam, of course, one of the dynamic duo along with Guy Stanley that came over to the volleyball program from the basketball program. Neither had any experience in organized volleyball prior to this year, so both of them really a revelation. We'll see what happens here as Taipei's on match point. Robert pounds that ball out of bounds. So Coach Joey Chen choosing to leave his senior number 6 on the court instead of subbing him back out for Quentin, the sophomore number 17, thinking Coach Joey Chen thinking I want to win this with my seniors. Fair enough. Here's a sub coming. Adrian's out. Guy Stanley in. Maybe Coach Sean Pang is thinking the same thing. If the ship is going to sink, I want it to sink with a bunch of seniors on board, because they've carried me all season. Adam back to serve. Passed up by Kane. Back row step. Dug up by Adam. Miggy keeps it alive. Here goes Paul for the free ball. Anderson is out there. Outside set to Robert. Robert goes off the hands. No, Robert just bombs that ball out of bounds. So now we are definitely in crunch time. We got 22-24. Quentin comes back onto the court. Taipei faithful still know it's possible. Eagles just have to play perfect volleyball the rest of the way, which is a steep task. But the Taipei faithful, nevertheless, still standing up, one finger in the air. So great pass up by Anderson, one-handed set, roll shot. Quentin puts the ball out of bounds. So now we are in hold your breath time, friends. 23-24. TAS knows they still only got to side out one time and they can be gold medalists here. All SAS needs is some more magic. Adam Brest serving perfectly, passed up by Jonathan. Good pass. Here's an outside hit by Quentin off the hands. And Miggy and Adam miscommunicate. And as a result, Quentin's attack goes high off the block and into the back row. And Taipei Tigers are the deserving IASAS boys volleyball champions. Congratulations to TAS boys volleyball for winning the gold medal after a great 3-set match against the SAS Eagles. Thank you to the fans for joining us. This is Kim Crean signing off from Taipei. Congratulations to TAS. Congratulations to SAS. Great tournament. And we will see you next year at IASAS Volleyball in Jakarta as JIS hosts the 2025 edition of the IASAS Volleyball Championship.
Please find a spot towards the bottom part of the bleachers. Can I ask a favor? Please move a few bleachers up to make room for the athletes so they're not overflowing onto the floor. You'll have a better view as you move further up. Okay, parents? Please help us create some more space in the bleachers so we can get the ceremony started.
Volleyball and Cross Country Championships to a close, I want to extend my deepest congratulations to each and every one of you. Whether you competed on the court, on the course, or supported your team from the sidelines, your hard work, passion, and perseverance have been inspiring to witness over the past few days. To our visiting schools, thank you for bringing your energy, spirit, and incredible sportsmanship to Taipei American School. It's been a pleasure to host you, and I hope you've had as much fun competing as we've had welcoming you. IASAS is truly special. Respect, teamwork, and the bonds of friendship that extend far beyond the playing field. Regardless of the final scores, the friendships you've built and the lessons you've learned will stay with you long after this event has been finished. Finally, I want to thank not only our athletes and their supporters, but also the coaches, volunteers, parents, who have cheered from the stands and contributed to make this tournament run so smoothly. Your enthusiasm and commitment are what make events like this possible. As we close this chapter, let us carry the spirit of IASAS with us. Embrace the lessons, celebrating the friendships, and continuing to strive for excellence in all that we do. I want to wish all of you a safe travel, and our visiting teams a safe travel, and we look forward to seeing you again. Congratulations once more, and thank you for being part of this unforgettable championship.
Before we begin with the awards, we have quite a few people to thank that were key to contributing to this great and epic weekend. So I'm going to ask that when I make an announcement, we do one clap. Right? Everybody got it? Okay,
Got it.
Okay.
Hold
All
on, I
right.
don't get it.
Okay. Our TS Board of Directors, school leadership, our divisional leadership, and our faculty and staff. Okay. And this team worked tirelessly supporting our facility setup, our race venues, the volleyball venues, our facilities team and sports facilities team led by Ms. Ping Kao and Mr. Gavin Liu. Our head athletic trainer, Mr. Caleb Lott, assisted by Mr. Taylor Siemens. All right, the TS Athletics Council, my associate A team, Mr. Greg Harrison, our office secretary, Ms. Sherry Mr. Johannes Stein, who organized I think we can do better. All right, Ms. Kelly Shane for the championship designs and timekeepers. All right, and our volunteer photographers, Ms. Susan Chen, Ms. Mayu Shibata, and Mr. Dustin Rhodes. Our cross-country marshals and site directors, Mr. Stephen Anderson and Mr. Taylor Stevens. Our volleyball site directors, Mr. Anthony Ives and Ms. Samantha Clemens. And how about our live streaming crew led by Mr. Toby Openshaw and our volunteer students. And this group, all of our coaches. Appreciate the collective IASAS live stream commentating. Thank you so much for helping out. Mr. Cleans. And to our TS host families, thank you so much for your grace and hospitality. Come to the front, please, for a quick recognition. There you go. They, along with our cross-country and volleyball parents, put their hearts and souls into making this a very festive event for everyone, all of our visitors, all of our athletes. So I'd like to just give you just a small token of our appreciation. before we get to the awards and I turn it over to tonight's MC, can we thank Associate AD Mr. Reduda for being a tournament director, being MC, being all that he can be for us this weekend.
At this time, I'd like to ask all of the AICs and ADs in the venue to please join me up front. We'll start off with cross-country overall team results. For the following 6th, 5th, and 4th places, can we please have team captains come up to receive your packs? Starting with cross-country girls team. In 6th place, ISKL Panthers. 5th place, Just Dragons. In 4th, ISP Panthers. And on the boys' side, in 6th place, the ISP Panthers. In 5th place, ISKL Panthers. And in 4th place, SAS Eagles. Pose for a quick photo. Dr. Awesome, thank you. The entire team will come along with their coaches. In 3rd place for the girls, earning the bronze medal, ISM Bearcats. Thank you, ISM Bearcats. Earning the silver medal, SAS Eagles. With the gold medal, TAS Tigers. On the boys' side, with bronze, IASAS Bearcats. Second place with the silver medal, the Just Dragon. And in first place with the gold medal, your TAS Tigers. Next, I'd like to present the individual medals for the top three finishers of 5K race. For the girls, with bronze from ISB, Lily Grace Kathleen McHenry. With silver from SAS, Ellis Chow. And with gold from TAS, Asia Hudson. And now with the boys, with bronze from ISKL, LaShawn Bernal. With silver from Jish Santos. And with gold from TAS, Sawyer Sinclair. Next, we'd like to recognize the all-tournament cross-country athletes, which are the top 8 finishers. On the girls' side, in order of place, from SAS, Tirtha Pepple. From ISB, Yokin Zhao. From ISF, Isabella Franklin Sarah. From TAS, Kate Huang. From ISM, Nora Okamoto. From ISP, Lily Grace Kathleen McHenry. From SAS, Ellis Chow. And from TAS, Asia Hudson. Now the all-tournament boys. From ISM, Paul Spain. From SAS, Ian Williams. From TAS, Heng Chen. From JIS, Yu Jung. From JIS, Sean Sintra. From ISKL, Sean Bernal. From JIS, Santos. And from TAS, Sawyer Sinclair. Congratulations, boys. And now the volleyball girls team. Will the captains come down when I call from 6th to 4th? In 6th place, for the girls team, JIS Dragon. In 5th place, SAS Eagles. And in 4th place, ISM Bearcats. And now on the boys' side, in 6th place, ISM Bearcats. Dragons. In fourth place, ISBL Panthers.
Michael, I love you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. You may take your seat. In third place, winning the bronze on the girls' side, ISB Panthers. Now with the silver medal on the girls' side, ISBL Panthers. And in first place, winning the gold, TAS Tigers. Thank you, Tigers. On the girls' side, with the bronze, ISB Panthers. Silver, SAS Eagle. And in first place with the gold, TS Tiger. Next, I'd like to recognize the all-tournament volleyball athletes. When I call your name, please come down to receive your all-tournament chaperone. From the GIST Dragons on the girls' side, Francesca Subari. From the tennis speakers, Finland Bedouin. From the IASAS Bearcats, Zari Sizzle. From the ISP Panthers, Conchita Sturson and Jasmine Blumenthal. from ISBL Panthers, Scott Johnson, Michaela Tan. And from TS Tigers, Sophie Yin, Rocky Liao, Chloe Chen. Congratulations, boys. I'll turn it on the boys' side. From the ISM Bearcats, Henry Gradish. This Dragon, Juju Lee. From ISPL Panthers, Michael Bangkok. From ISP Panthers, Moore, Namais, and Oom Namapong. From SAS Eagles, Chris Sheehan and Paul Lee. And from TS Tigers, Henry Lin, Jonathan Wayne, and Anderson Shu. Well done, boys. Thank you. And now I'd like to have Mr. Jake Stockman, the athletic director from ISPL, join us in the front podium to help us present the Spirit of IASAS.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to talk about the Spirit of IASAS. We give out this award when we see extraordinary acts of sportsmanship or extraordinary acts of community. We will be giving out one of these Spirit of IASAS awards here today. And that's a rarity because everyone here, all of our schools, they promote positive character. We set the bar high here at IASAS, and it's oftentimes we get to this portion of the closing ceremony and we say, hey, Spirit of IASAS is this thing we do, and y'all did it well, and congrats, and then we move on. No, we're gonna recognize some people here today. We got two honorable mentions that when we read all the nominations, we in the room were like, that is something cool, I think we should mention. So I'm just gonna give these people some recognition. Santosh from Jakarta was nominated. And I'm gonna let you know who you were nominated by. Jackson Fowler from SAS, he nominated you, Santosh, because of your positive spirit, the way that you make friends with everyone despite rivalries, but also because you're a beast of a runner. So, Santosh, you were recognized on the nomination form, you recognized you. Alright, Juliana Moreau from ISP. Hey, Juliana. Alma Netman from GIS says thank you for getting her across the finish line, because without your positive support while you were running, she's not sure she would have made it. So you got nominated. Congratulations. Alright, let's get to the actual award. Now, some people might be surprised when I'm going to ask them to come up here, but there is a task family called the Betts family. And if there's any representative from the Betts family, could you please come up here right now? Who do we got? Don't be shy. There it is. There she is. Keep doing your best, family. Come on, come on. You had no idea you were going to be falling in front of all these people. And all you did was be awesome. This family right here is who we should all aspire to be. Housing, hosting, it's very difficult to set up, and then we just release all of these strangers into your homes. And then you become very fast friends. And a lot of times, with all the weird things that happen, we simply tell our hosts, we're like, just treat them like you would treat your own family. And you did that this weekend. There was someone in their house who got sick. There was a phone call that was made, and there was this family that took action to meet them, to take care of them, to carry their bags, to also support everybody else who was on that team. And we decided to recognize you so that everybody here knows that they take your actions and they copy them, and they do it when we start to host other IASAS tournaments. Thank you, Bets family. This is a great day. Thank you, Bets family. All right, before I hand it over and get to the closing part of this, IASAS is a beautiful community. We take care of each other. And when we all come here to your hosting school at TAS, we just want to recognize, and from the IASAS board, from all of IASAS, we want to give recognition to TAS for being amazing hosts this weekend, and especially to the athletics department led by
Okay, we want to do one final recognition. Can all of our IASAS seniors stand? Your final experience here at TAS. Thank you so much for your leadership. Okay, a few reminders for tomorrow before we close the evening. We're going to talk about departures, just so everybody knows when they need to get to TAS tomorrow. Drawing the short straw is ISB. Yes! 4:45 at TAS. Just 5:50.